Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Saturday, the 18th of March 2023, and we're back for more Factorio today to continue our gradual program of refreshing, updating our main base on the starting planet. The train grid that we've got there could do with bringing up to date with the current technologies and bringing up to a bigger scale so that we can then move forward. Along with everything else, actually could do with updating everywhere. So it's a big job, but I do think it's necessary before we move forward to make a stronger foundation. So in the last session, we began firstly with a little ad hoc production of some of the later logistical equipment, so that we can build better stuff now, and then beginning to apply that in making an updated mall. First of all, for those new things, like the blue belt, the assembly machine 3s and stuff like that we can now use and want to. In between the last session and this session, I worked on two things that I said I would. Best to just hop in and show you what I'm talking about. The first is I let a bunch more light flooring be produced so that I could finish filling in the middle of this square, as this one's unlikely to ever change. It's pretty much like done, especially now that I've filled in the middle and kind of finalized that look, and I am happy with it. We'll have light flooring in the middle, darker flooring where the rails run and around the edge, and then on the edges we've got a pool of water that we can draw through. We'll have that in every corner of every square, and then I've used the gold coloured text plates to put a little label in for what happens here. So this is N49, we make power and we do it using biomethanol. We're going to apply this same layout, it has it in all the corners, and that's what we're going to use everywhere. We're going to need a lot more flooring, like a lot more. From what I did off stream, I have realised just how much, but the concept's going to be the same everywhere. So pool of water and labels saying, this is N52, it's a mall, and these are the things we make here. We'll try and apply that everywhere if it works, and if it doesn't, then we can make some little changes to it. But for now, I'm happy with that idea. Didn't have the patience to wait for even more light flooring to fill in the middle here. So hopefully when we've actually updated this square, where we're going to make it with like a faster production of that service, we'll end up with enough to do them all properly. We'll see how that goes, because yeah, we'll need a lot. In addition, the other second thing was to do with the speed of voiding items. I have for a while assumed I'm not going to enjoy the default, and we've run into a couple of situations where the voiding's just too slow. And in the last session we saw here in the vulcanite enrichment, it was backed up on the enriched vulcanite, and I thought this was because we weren't voiding that fast enough. First of all, I was wrong. We'll come back to that. Second, all I've done is gone into the Krastorio mod settings and made the crushers 10 times faster. So now instead of crushing in 2 seconds, they crush in 0.2 seconds. So one item every 0.2 seconds. And that doesn't necessarily change much about the situation. We're still going to have to deal with things like you can't crush in space, and you need to crush the void, and some things have a can't crush, like rail can't crush. I haven't changed any of that, and I might in the future. We'll just see how it goes. For now, all I've done is make it so I need 10 times fewer crushers, which I hope I will be happy with that as a solution for it. So that's what we've got now. These crush a lot faster and should therefore be much easier to manage for situations where voiding is necessary. But that was not the problem with the enrichment here. The problem was I didn't look at the recipe, or really it didn't click in my head properly. The input for the enrichment is 10 crushed vulcanite and the output is 4 crushed vulcanite, so it's actually consuming crushed vulcanite in order to create the enriched stuff, and this process is not self-contained. Now I think the nuclear enrichment is, as in the output from the enrichment. Not sure if we can check. Should be able to from here. If we select 238 usage, we should see the enrichment. We can just confirm the enrichment process. No, it's different. I don't think this is the same as vanilla. Okay, so we would have had a problem if I'd done it for this as well. If the output is the same as the inputs but bigger, which I think in vanilla the output here is like 5 uranium-238? No. I could just be wrong. In any case, however it works, because it's consuming it, these loops don't work. They don't back up, and this was always going to run itself down. So by having this overflow that goes into the crushing, all we've essentially done is mined up a bunch of vulcanite and crushed it all in a very inefficient and horrific way. So very unhappy with that. You know, that's how you learn a lesson, by making a terrible mistake. It has, in fact, if we go to Everdome and look, if we look at the patch, the only patch we hooked up, it's down to 15,000 vulcanite now, and most of these drills are not even running. So we've mined up pretty much that whole patch and just crushed a lot of it into void, which is, yeah, not what we wanted. So we need a new source of vulcanite pretty bad. And we need to do a little fix to get those vulcanite blocks actually being made. And I'll put that little fix in now, or one that I think will work, hopefully, and we'll see. But it does open the door to a few issues. We're going to need more vulcanite sooner than I planned, and it did then also like click as I was looking into this between sessions that the point of having vulcanite is to make iron ingots, and I was planning on setting up the production in that new mall using iron plate, which is wrong. We are going to want to organise it to receive iron ingot, which we can't do at the moment. So finding some way of just planning ahead so that the stage of turning the ingots into the plates locally is there but not currently active, and then we can just come and kind of switch it on later when we get the ingots flowing, I think will be necessary. So what I want to do here is take the crushed outputs, which are here, and firstly run them down. It doesn't really fit there. If we do that, it's going to feed into there. Okay, something different then. Let's put them not there either. Are they joining there? So let's do that. Let's take that away for a bit. Plug those back in. We're going to feed that into here. That much is right. And we need to work the other way, basically. Feed the crushed in to make the blocks, and when it can't because it doesn't have enough enriched, that'll start to back up. And it will back up, hopefully, fast enough that the other centrifuges don't back up. Don't know, could be a big mess. But this bit is therefore too early. We need to back that up to a point, and when it reaches that point, send it in to be centrifuged. Let's put that in with a bit of circuit network control. That one's going to read the belt with those settings, except that will be crushed vulcanite. So if that belt is full, because it's backed up from the block production, then it will start to enrich, or use that to enrich, which will consume some crushed to make more stuff. Probably means this loop running around is a bad idea. But there we go. I'm really not sure at that point what we do. We do want to still split off and crush any surplus, though there shouldn't really be any. If that then backs up even further, it will mean the enriched stuff is still okay. I don't know, basically. I think we leave it like this and see what happens. I doubt we're even getting enough vulcanite at this point to see what happens, but we're going to have to redo the whole thing with a new vulcanite supply and think more carefully about how it works. Probably not have the circular loops. do something different. But for now, that's better. When it backs up from the block production, we will create more enriched. No idea. No idea. But it was definitely wrong. That is definitely an improvement, if not perfect. Okay. So that's patched. I'm happy with the flooring. Everything else is running okay. So all we need to do is amend our plans here a little bit. So here's the plan for N52. And I'm not sure if I can combine every source of iron. Where is iron? There it is. I'm blind. So all of the iron is coming from ingots. Does that then adds it to the bottom? Perfect. We're going to need 61 machines converting one belt of iron ingots down to the 7 belts of iron plate. Interesting, really interesting. So we set this up to pull out the 7 lines of iron plate, and we're not actually going to do that. But we do need to find somewhere to put in the 61 machines, and in addition to that we need to do copper and steel ingots. I think they're the only ingots. There is a high reflux method of making glass, for example, but it makes glass, not like a glass ingot. We don't have beryllium, holmium, iridium or naquium here yet, so yeah, that's correct. We have to fit in another, what is that, 150-ish machines. I'm highly skeptical about being able to fit all this in. We may need to reduce our production rate of loaders to make the space. 7.5. What are we doing at the moment? 9. Okay. Apparently. So it would be less than we're making at the moment. Or were making of red ones. More than we're making of blue ones at the moment, that's for sure. So I do kind of want to stick with it. Crazy, but okay. I think we just have to hope that it fits. So I guess my question is, we're unloading the iron and the steel here. Do I want to do the breaking down here and then send the belts up? Or is it just the first thing on the bus will be splitting those lines out? Probably the latter. First thing on the bus will be just an area that splits down ingots, and then the bus runs further with the extra lines. So we need to plan for the plate lines in terms of the spacing of the bus, even though initially it's just going to be 1 line coming out of here. For now it's going to be 7 lines of iron plate coming out of here. We'll come back later and strip that down to the 1. So these are all still going to run up northbound for now. And we'll set up the next train station to unload the other materials. And then we'll start building from there. So plan for the day is the obvious stuff. We're going to continue making this square, the mall here. See what other changes and distractions get in my way because I've not thought of something or got something wrong. And then if we do get that done, then I don't know really, there's more mall squares to do. Certainly updating M51, so pulling out the items we're now doing here, which are at the start here, and then recreating this to make more of the items from the production page. Yes, the assembly machines, but also other things from this page, maybe. And then updating M52 with the rest of the items from the logistical page that we're not making in the current square. That's the mall plan, and then N51 is probably going to be, well, maybe left as it is for quite a while, it's stripped back eventually. One of, I mean, O52, O51 might be an okay place. We need to mass produce rocket parts So it could be that I leave the other stuff, we finish this square, then we jump to rocket parts and start modifying the individual elements we're going to need to get more vulcanite. Get that done first. Redo iron, copper and steel production earlier, then do the rest of them all. There's a lot to be done, that's for sure. Pretty scary amount to do. So, one thing at a time, I guess. Let's finish this square off and then see how much time we've got left in the session. If we have time left, I think I'll go to picking a square to mass produce rocket parts in. Be my preference to get that done earlier. Now that I'm aware of the huge mistake I made with vulcanite processing. We could just go connect a new mining patch on Everdome. Like, that's simple enough to do. Pretty simple indeed, but not best, I don't think. I've run out of belt. Interesting. Hopefully enough got made while I was off stream and got a chest full. Oh, I've got this lot. Let's use that lot. Forgot about that. Keeping it safe there and just forgot it was there. There we go. There's all them bits done. Let's head up to where the next train station is going to be. Put that into place. Work things out from there. You know, bring everything to the left and line it up. Where's it going to start? We'll put the machines in to do the breaking down of the ingots, but it won't actually do anything for a while. But, you know, at least we'll have them planned out. Everything will make sense. Loaders, we're going to need more. Just use ghosts for now. I need real ones for... so I can set the filters and know what I'm doing. So let's go get what we've got. There should be some that have been made in the meantime. Not sure there'll be many, but there should be some. Where are they? There they are. Well, that's not bad at all. Take 200 and there's still a few more there. It won't go a long way, but it would certainly help. Probably going to want to use loaders for the splitting down, or maybe not. There's a lot of... we'll see. There's a lot of machines, so it probably will be inserters. If they're slow or something, don't know. So I need to not get confused because I've flipped these over to be ingots. But copper plate is going to be unloaded here. Probably want it to be the last one. So it's on the outside so we can shrink it easier. Lubricant I was going to do in a third train station on its own, I remember. Which ones haven't I done? Which ones have I done? Iron, steel, glass. Iron, steel and electronic component stuff. So we need rare metal, stone brick, sulfur, stone, copper. Stone brick, sulfur, rare metal. Stone brick, sulfur. Ooh. Rare metals, are they not... they're not ingoted, it's not something that we do with pyroflux? Doesn't look like it. It's rare metal to enriched to rare metal, which is what we're doing at the moment. How do we make them? By smelting what? By smelting the enriched. The enriched plus a vulcanite block just makes more rare metals. So a more efficient methodology, but doesn't change the output format. Which, you know, I would have preferred that all across the board, but but it's cool. So that's fine. That's not going to change. Okay. And then copper. Plate for now. Did just want to check belts of these, actually. Didn't think of that. So rare metals is less than a belt. Stone bricks 2 belts. Okay. Stone bricks 2 belts. So I just want to move that to the end then. Not that it particularly matters, but I just do. We'll have them like that instead. That all the way down. A lot more loaders than I expected. Maybe we'll be able to do this. Should be able to. We'll see about the 3rd station. We can have it smaller. It's only taking lubricant to unbarrel it, which is fine. It's also... we need to work that out later. One thing at a time. This train station first. That's all good for now. We need to get the layout from here. That's just that much that I want to grab. Not that much, sorry. That much. Put that in there. Need to upgrade these power poles. I want to change that in our blueprint. If I ever do refresh our train square blueprint, make the ones that run here medium poles by default. Not a huge deal, but would be nice. That lives there. And this needs changing to sulfur. Sulfur there. That's rare metals. Rare metals there. Stone. Stone bricks. And for now, copper plate. Good. Probably actually check that it's working before applying it everywhere. It was working in the previous, but I only have 1 item to unload, so not so significant. Let's just have a quick look down here. This belt is empty. It shouldn't be. Should it? I guess it should be. If the inside lane's blocked, it means that this one won't unload. Okay, there may be a flaw here. The one that needs to unload, because it's got more than everyone else, is the first one. It can't because it's backed up. If the consumption of the iron was at the proper rate, all 7 belts, then it would start to flow. That might lead to some very brief outages in my mind. The way I see that flowing, it could have some very brief outages because it's waiting to clear that line to move. The fix would be to put splitters, so as well as running down before that splitter, to also run afterwards to keep every belt flowing. Wouldn't necessarily need to run before, so it would just be a case maybe of having, this is 7 lanes, a 7 to 7 balancer at the end. Could be a good idea. Could be. Don't know. We can add it later. If we have an issue, there's just straight bits of belt here, which we can do it to. It's no big deal. And they're not going to have that anyway, ultimately, because it's going to be the ingots, so... But I reckon, my instinct tells me, should have a balancer on the output from the unloading. Okay, these are all built, so let's get the missing bits of wire added in and wire up the warehouses. Put them into the station like we usually do, and also into this arithmetic, and from there across the back of them. Is that in a different place then? Yes, further back. No, I have put it in the same place, just... Yeah, could move it forward. Would like to move it. Oh, there's no power? That's fine. Nitpicking over unimportant things. That's all good. We need green from there to there. It's doing each individual warehouse. Then we need to fill, I've seen, the connection between each one in the red lines. So we copied each individually. Should be wired, configured, set up correctly, I think. So now we just need to pull them away and balance them, which it's very similar to this one, but it's 11127 at the moment. We ought to be able to take at least that much and just flip it, maybe. Wishful thinking perhaps, but looks okay. If I line it up right, no, because the poles are in a different place, the belts are in a different place. We need to do them manually, which means after the counter one straight, then turn there. This one is then one away and one back, so there and there. They go under. That runs there. That goes under, and then into a splitter there. Yeah. There should be a splitter there. And that. Likewise, yeah, into it. Yep. Yeah. It's kind of making sense. Just the change of the angle is a bit confusing, but it's fine. I'll make sense of it, I'm sure. That would therefore go under into a splitter, and there will be splitter beforehand, and they're pushing that way, I think, something like that. Let's carry it down. Do the easy ones first. Sort this out. So that's going to be 2 belts there, that's going to be there, 2 belts, yeah, and then that into there, and that's going to have a whole bunch of splitters. I'll work that out in a bit. That runs there, and so on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like that is how I've done it. That's fine. So that much to there can copy down. Pretty sure. Last ones are always different. They don't need to go under because there's nothing running through them. And then, so here, the second one is added, we'll have 2 lines. And I guess likewise there. Let's do the simple one first, the 2 lines for the stone brick. Here they become 2 lines, so the second line is added. The first is shoved to the outside, and the second line joins. And then from that point on, that's 2 lines. Simple, need more underground, but okay. Here the second line's added and they're shoved out. Here, a third line. So shove them 2 out and the third one joins. 4th line. That's the 5th line. So here we will have the 6th line that we need to adjust for the pole. Here we will have 7th line. Yeah, good. It's not quite right. That one there, that one there. Line them all up. Accidentally delete a splitter. Don't have enough undergrounds. Knowing that it didn't automatically ghost it though. Oh well. Just go get some more before I get confused with ghosts everywhere. That's it. So while they are temporarily being 7 lines, that's where they're going to live, and they should all be balanced in right. Should be good. That all just needs tidying and then shoving westward to the correct point, which we need to work out. But let's do the tidying part of that. We've got 3 singles. 2, 3, and then a double of stone, and 7. It's very annoying. If we swapped the double of stone for one of the singles, it could tidy things up a lot here. I'll fit the extra 3 copper there how I usually do. They fit, but not neat and tidy like I like. So it'll be 3, 2, and then 4, and then 3 out there, which is kind of a waste of space, but I guess we'll live with it for now. How we juggle that with them is going to be awkward as well. If I flipped some of them round, put the stone brick first, I'd need to redo all them balancing, which I can't be bothered, so we'll just do it like this. That one to there. That one to there. A gap. And so on. Okay, let me get them undergrounds and finish that off before doing anything further. Then we can get the deliveries requested. So I can see everything, bring them together, line them up, work out what that bus is going to look like. Undergrounds up here. That'll do. Is that every ghost done? Looks like it. Looks fine. Okay. So after the ingots are split down, this is what we're going to have anyway. So we need to plan the bus to be this big, regardless of what we're going to change when the ingots come in. It can go that far over at the furthest, which is fine. Left space in the past for, like, just in case, or for odd things like this, but I think I'd rather avoid that because we do need to maximise our width, and we'll squeeze odd things where we need to, or, you know, redo the entire square to fit the odd things in. So I think we're starting there. We've got 5 single belts, including a doubled up one, which is a little awkward. 5 single belts. Got a double of stone. Got a triple of steel. And then 7 and 7. That right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Double of stone tree, yeah. 7 and 7. And then a pipeline. That'd be everything with gaps. We can spread the steel around, which makes it harder to, like, balance it and pull it off neatly. And I can't much see the point. I think it would just be too messy for, you know, for the way I like things. Could put 1 in there, then we'd have 2 in there. Could squish everything over, and I think we would save 1 column because it's 7 and 7. It's 2 gaps, 2 steel, 1 in each, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think I'd be happy with the way it looks. So just these. Double is there, single, that outside one won't be there. Move the steel to the inside. Same with these, they'll be on the inside. Not that one, sorry. That one. Okay, and then we start building on the here-ish. Need a pipe column in that line. So first machines for me, I'd like it to be there, which is good. So let's get these like lined up and plugged in. In fact, let's get the items delivered and then get everything plugged into that. This is set up the trains first. Wester, and it wants copper plate for now. Stone brick. It's in stacks of 100, I think. Stone, which is in stacks of 50. Sulfur is also in stacks of 50. And then rare metals will be hundreds. There we go, they're requested. This is, yeah, a little awkward here. Might take some space to juggle these things around. Here's the 3 individuals. They are... Am I missing something? Ah, yeah. There. And these ones are going to join that. Take some room to get these juggled across and stuff. We'll see. Probably are going to need to move it down a bit. Won't be the end of the world. That's there. Perfect. And then that's the double stone. Definitely going to need to move it down a bit. Do that in a bit, as we do them. Yeah, that's double stone. And that's steel. Which we can't run through that gap because it won't be able to turn. There are 3 spots there. Not the end of the world. Bit ugly, but this is going to be juggling this many lines around. Don't think we can avoid that. There's the steel. Then iron and copper, which we might as well do iron on the left, copper on the right. Makes the most sense. So let's get the iron over. Which, again, do we just do that as ugly as... Yeah, probably. That can at least reach the whole way over, which is nice. We'll avoid the pole line, so that one will go there. Backwards, that one goes all the way over to there. That one to there. No? Yes, that's right. That's right. And that one is there. Gonna need a lot of belt for this bus, it's a big one. There's iron plugged in, so that is eventually going to change into a single line and the steel will be a single line as well. So all of this will be able to compact quite a bit at this point, but not beyond this point, so it doesn't really matter, I don't think. It's an interesting one. I think it'll be, once we do flick it over to ingots, it'll be a little ugly, but not bad. Probably be able to just leave it as is at that point. Bring these guys over too, and that'll be all of them lined up. That's where the bus will run. So what we will actually have is one line there, one line there, one line there, that are going to get fed directly to the right hand side here, turned into plates, and then fed back into the bus, which will be lined up there. It's a bit weird, but it'll work. I think it'll be fine. That's also a bit weird. Do I want to just run that straight? And no, that's fine. First machine can still sit where I had it planned here, so this will be breaking down. I mean, let's say iron, or maybe steel. Doesn't really matter. The ones with more belts later would mean less belt. So steel first makes sense. 54 machines, okay, so 54 machines, but there are 3 belts coming out, so we need 3 separate belt lines coming out. What is 54 over 3? 18 exactly. So 3 rows of 18 would be lovely. That's 18. That's 3 rows. It is a lot. We'll see how it goes. We may get to the end of this square and discover we just don't have enough space and it's a right mess and everything. Could be a huge waste of time, but can't do it without trying. These are eventually going to make steel plate. And they just need ingots in, plate out. What's the rates then? Every 5 seconds they take 1 ingot in. Slow inserter could do that, but they take 10 steel plate out. These can carry 2 items at the moment. We will put inserters and change them into stack inserters once we're making stack inserters, because we'll be making stack inserters before we're refitting this, so these will get changed to stack inserters. I mean, I could just put the ghost of a stack inserter now, I guess, but then I'll have warnings about stack inserters all the time. Which, yeah. Let's go with fast inserter for now. It might even be enough. They can carry 2 items, so it's like 1 grab per second, which they should be able to do. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then swap these to be the near edge. Although, I kind of like alternating as we go. Otherwise you get half a belt up here, just the inside up here, and yeah, I think I prefer it alternated. Don't know why, just do. So we'll take that, copy it over these guys. Did I miss one? Can't tell. That's near that spar, yeah, that's good. So then we'll have a full belt there and a belt in, and it's a nice, simple recipe. Just a bit of a weird one. So for now, they're not actually going to be connected. So what do I want to do? Maybe just leave it here and we'll worry about the connection later when we refit everything. I mean, I could put it in just without the splitters, but no, I think we do that. Like, I could put the undergrounds in there. We'll just do that. It's fine. It'll be simple enough to sort out when it comes to it. That one wasn't too bad, not too complicated. Next one's a bit more worried about. So if we were to do copper next, no, let's do iron next, outside to inside. Iron will be 61 machines, producing 7 lines in the end. With like, yeah, barely a line coming in. So interesting. Well, 10% of it, I guess, is what it is. It's 10% of it. So 9 per row. 7 rows of 9. It's a bit annoying. It takes up a lot of vertical space and not much in the other direction. So could we do double belts somehow? We can, but how is my question, I guess. Double belts won't work great because we're producing 7. So if we have like 2 coming out the middle here, the last row is going to be different. It's okay. Each can be... I've just did the math. 61 machines, 7 rows. 8.7, so do I round up or down? Down, I think. But let's say 9 is there, and then you can double it? No. Not if the other side's outputting on the same belts. Doesn't make a difference. Work this out. I think I have to round down, not round up. That's 6.741 belts, not 60.7 machines over 6.741 belts. 9 and 8-bit machines. So 9 is okay. Yeah. Hopefully. If I do a second one, we just then need to like take their output and wiggle it around, which we've done in places before. No, it would be like that. That then prevents us inputting on this side. So we'd end up putting the next row here. Maybe with a double out, single in. So that lets us fit more. It does. Because we got that many and this many. So instead of 3 rows of 9, we've got 4 9s. Could even do more than that, couldn't we? If we wiggle more. So that's another 9. Would then be going further right, which we might want to avoid so we can flip the line round and do another row. I want to avoid going too much further to the right. I think we do. So we'll have another row here and then half a row there. I think. There or no, I'm confused now. 1 row there, 1 row there, 1 row there, and needs to go down 1 for the second row to come out, unless we... Depends on what comes next. Need a gap between that anyway. So we could do that and send all of the outputs down here because we're not going to build in this row anyway. Yep. Come to that in a second. Let's sort this out. Get my head around this and then work out that last bit. Though, could be related. So why are they different? 1 ingot to 10 steel plate every 5 seconds. 1 ingot to 10 iron every 2.5 seconds. Okay, just steel is slower. Fine. Annoying, but fine. could go 2 rows further down if we just cut them in half. But it would be a lot prettier. More organised. Which I do like. And I'm very tempted to just do that. What we're gaining here isn't much. Line's going there. That line's going there. There's no special anything to change the situation. That is how it is. We do fit more like this. That one's there, and that's where it gets ugly. So I think, for the sake of simplicity, not simplicity, symmetry, I'd rather go like that. They will need to alternate, but there's an odd number. Interesting. There's an odd number. We can't force the belts to be balanced unless we do it the old-fashioned way. So 4 belts in, we do that, and the middle one, or the ones from the middle onwards, they're outputting to the outside. The splitter's taking it to the inside, and it can prioritise that, which creates a balanced belt. But they can also go the other way through the splitter if that side is free because of the rate of throughput. So it's more flexible than setting the inserter to near or far, which I think is better for an odd number. Although that's, yeah, that's right. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They are like that. The input carries on because it's a fraction of a belt needed. Inserters are the same. Output to that point is the same. It doesn't line up? No, because it's an odd number. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's there now. And then when it gets there, it moves to the outside. There's your 2 lanes out. Just line everything up. Right. If I take that lot, flip and rotate twice, that goes there. Yeah, should be right. And take that lot, and that's the same for there. What we could have done is, instead of going through there, this would come further down. Move these machines up, and that comes out across the bottom of them. Could have done it. Would rather not. It might have saved a little space, but I'm not too fussed by that. Happier to have that there. We need more belt. It's not surprising. Go grab that in a sec. We're a long way south already, and a lot more to do. Based on the numbers needed for the loaders, I'm kind of tempted to head further east as well with these things. Like, we need 50 big electric motor machines, none of which are taking more than a belt of anything. So that could be one long row of 50 machines. Which, actually, thinking about it, we could do that, and then if the bus does turn around and come back up, it just can't go all the way up. it would, if it were to turn a third time, need to do so a bit earlier. We can do that. And that changes things in terms of what I want to do, how I want to do this. I would be happy to do that though, so yeah. Dig all this back up and do it again. Or one big long row of machines, but then with multiple lines coming out of them. The inputs in every case is less than a belt, so one long line is fine. If we can get it done. Might do 2 for the iron and the copper because the 7 lines coming out won't fit nicely, but you know, could be okay. I can dig all the bits and pieces away. I'll just put the holes back so that our grid exists still. Kind of like having built the entire thing in before we started. I think that's a good idea actually. At least until we can move to substations, which I would like to. Will be a significant change in the way I lay things out, but it simplifies it. You know, this is not a simple way of building. Okay. Input can carry on the same. So it's 3 times this. If that even fits. Yeah, just about. Still need enough room to do the unloading and unbarreling of the lubricant. And running that along. Which is fine if it's one pipeline. Didn't think of that. It could be more than one. Well, we can fiddle with that. That's fine. That is fine. Here I just want to note that that's where that moves out, and then there will be a third line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So this is the one that comes out, I think. Double check that, because there should be 18 from that point, which there are. Perfect. So the input's good on the one line, and then the output is good because it splits itself out. And the machines are doing near far, perfect. I think this will be good, or acceptable at least. And then I think, I mean, we could do it on the bus, but I think I'll do it here. Just it's not really a balancer, but the ability for every line to move to every other line, to keep the goods spread out. If one of the lines backs up and the others don't, for example. Not really relevant. In fact, the way that we work by pulling off the inside, it would be better to do that maybe twice to encourage stuff to the outside, which will be the inside on the bus, I think. Happier with that, yeah. Okay. There's your 54 for that. So iron, I do think I'll split it into 2 runs. So a 31 and a 30. No. Split that differently, more specific. It was 9 per belt. So do 4 9s, 36, and then a 27. Does not add up to 61. Because of rounding, I guess. And it's not 7, it's 6.741. So 36 in the first run, and then the rest in the other. Gonna have to leave a gap, which is fine. It's still going to take up less space vertically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then just make myself a note where the moves are going to be. That machine. 9. That machine, is that it? It's 28. 28. Okay, I've gone wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then the machine moves down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then it moves down. 7, 8, 9. Then it. Oh, because I built the 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that. 36. Perfect. And the next one's going to need to be here. And it is 61. Take away the 36. 25 machines. And that is 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There we go. Good, I think. See how it goes. Don't want to do near far in this case, do we? As discussed. The fourth machine, then a splitter, like so. That is one set, looks like. So if I do that, I can copy that much down. No, I can't. But I can do it there. Other than that bit of belt being in the way. This bit I need to do manually. Oh, and I didn't set the recipes, like usual. It's cool, we're getting there. Got to play around with these things, you know, obviously to find a layout that's going to work, and a bit of trial and error as well. This may be a complete disaster as far as I know, but we're not going to find out for a while. Because we're not going to have the ingots for a while. Oh well. 2, 3, 4, that goes there. And after that inserter, or it's going there, moves out. It's going to that one. No, that's going in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that one. Line runs all the way up. That much. Be copied to this end. Yeah, good. Now belt, which we knew was coming. That moves out of there. This one comes further down. That to join, and that input just needs carrying on. All good, apart from the missing belt, but that's fine. Recipe's all set, and then this lot we just need to copy that much of it onto there. Apart from those bits of belt I left as markers are in the way, but there we go. That and that. All good. Just need to get the belt. Do that now when the robots have come home. So we can keep things actually built in as we go. Good. And then we just need to do the machines for the copper ingots to be split down. Should be very similar numbers, if not the same. Just grab as much as we can. Keep it making more as we go. It's nowhere near as many machines for the copper. What's the betting copper is split down quicker for some arbitrary reason, just to keep us on our toes? There's them 4. That's where them 3 will be, and we'll have the 7 lines of that. It's all built in. Let them recharge a little bit as we run down here. Copper splitting, yeah, is half as fast again. Interesting choice. Just mixing things up, I guess. 1.25 second craft time, doubled for iron and then doubled again for steel. So we're going to need 31 machines across the 7 lines with the same input rate. Okay. So we can fit 18 per line? No. Fewer, because it's faster, you fit fewer per line. Fine. 30.6 over 6.806 lines. 4.5 machines. So it needs to be 4 per line, I think. 4 7s. 28. It's not enough. So that can't be right. Or I need an extra line that we then push in, which annoying. Interesting. So the thing that needs considering, if I put 4 onto one belt, I know I'm fine. If I put 5, that's the question. If I put 5, every 1.25 seconds they output 10 copper plates, which that inserter's not going to be anywhere near fast enough for. That's a different issue. So 5 of them are outputting 50 every 1.25 seconds. 50 over 125 by 100, so it's 40 every second, and blue belt carries 45 every second, so 5 machines is fine. Can be carried by a single belt. And 5 7s are 35, we just need 31 machines. So the last line is just going to have 1 machine on it. Sure. Boy, complicated. Same deal as before though, in general. 5 machines, and then 5 machines with a slightly different layout. Rather than kinks out and goes around, but that's something we'll deal with in a second. Two lines. Copy paste that, we get 4 lines. You paste it all again. We get 6 lines with 30 machines. Yeah. Then we add a machine for its own line at the end. Don't really like that. Let's divide them more evenly. 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4, no. 3 5s, 4 4s. Yes. So that one's going to change. Well, all of that's going to change. Let's cut that and redo it. All like that. Actually, because that's then an even number, we could use inserter settings rather than the splitter, but this is fine. Okay. That's now output into 7 all in a row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Make it prettier that side, sure. A lot of belt. Ugh. Definitely think next thing I do in Factorio will be something a lot simpler than this one. Something with very quick and big rewards and giant numbers so I can feel good faster. This, I mean, this will feel good when it's done, but yeah, not fast. Fine. That's all going to be once we actually get ingots in the first place, and then once we swap these out, putting inserters to be stack inserters. That's going to do the job we're looking for there. So the actual manufacturing in this square can now begin below the ingot splitting. So here will be the start of the loader production. Which, yeah, not bad going. It's much better stretching it that far out, I think. And we'll stretch this as far out as we can as well, and then we'll see how things fit down the bottom. There might be a little bit of wheeling. We might just do a 90-degree turn and build off the edge. See how it goes. We are going to need to get the lubricant sorted out, though. Do I want to do that now or later? Probably now. Let's do the lubricant delivery now. I don't know what space we've got at the end to deal with, roughly. So this station here needs building in. So now the one thing being unloaded, so that simplifies things a little bit. But we'll still put the filter on. We have seen we can get missed deliveries, which it's best to filter the output so the wrong thing stays inside the big chest. We're going to have inserters, of course, predictable. These can just run here because there's nothing else that they can accidentally get mixed with or anything, so keep it pretty tight. We need to know how we're unbarreling this. Actually, we want to do it the other way around because we're going to try to recycle the barrels once they've been emptied. So we're going to want to send them to N52 South to be taken away. So we probably do want to point this the other way. Pumping the liquid further is easier than, or nicer than, belts full of rubbish. So cut that, rotate it and flip it. That should work. Looks good. Good. There's the output. So yes, what is the number then? So we've got 555 lubricant barrels per minute arriving. Brought that here, haven't I? So it's 2 machines, or 1.5, doing the unbarreling, with 0.2 about coming in and 0.2 about the barrels going out. They are fast though, isn't it? So we kind of do want to use loaders to do it, but sure, to begin with. 2 machines, or perhaps 2 machines like that. Let's go with that. Then there, they will have loaders when I get some more. Loading in and loading out. Can't do that. So this won't really work. The issue is needing to get the liquid and the other stuff. They are emptying. We need to pull the liquid away, and we need to get the barrels out and the barrels in. So we can just do that and run the liquid a little further over. Then we go underneath the pipework. Don't mind it, weirdly. The tank on there. Okay, yeah, fine with that. Rejoin that belt. We've got a belt of barrels, or 0.20 whatever of a belt of barrels, which we want to do something with, but I can't give that instruction here, can I? What do I want to do with it? Oh no, we don't. We don't need to recycle it. We just need to take it down to the other train station. In which case, silly idea. Why don't we unload on this side, join them, and take them away somehow. If we do this just a little different. Let's move it down a block. A bit more room to work in. Split one earlier. Go in further up and further down. Still come out in the middle and then go under there. It's not like the prettiest thing in the world, but it's not bad. And then this line can just keep going down. And then along. And we'll go sort that train station out in a second. Meanwhile, the liquids just join here. Let's go in that way. Into the tank. Is one tank going to be enough? What are we using? We're using 27,750 per minute. And a tank holds 25,000, so it's more than a tank's worth every minute. I think a little extra would be sensible. Not necessary, I doubt, but nice to have, maybe. So I'm going to change that around. We'll send one machine into one tank and the other into the adjacent tank. And then I guess I'm inclined to pull off 2 pipelines so we can pump more quickly. I don't know what the throughput is of a pipeline. I don't know what the maximum is. I have no idea how to work it out. We have seen an issue before, but I've deleted all the numbers from that, where the amount of light oil being produced in some places required a second line. I think the number was around 50,000. So I don't think there will be a problem, but just in case, it won't kill us to run 2 lines. In fact, do we want to move them tanks? Ooh. Quite tempted to do that. So we unbarrel and then pump. Well, why don't we have tanks on both ends? I'm going to pump out of these tanks. If we need a bigger power pole, that's fine. Do that. Pump 2 lines out of these tanks. Can't build. Can build. Oh, I'm stood around here somewhere. Where am I? There I am. am I? Almost to the top, okay. So I'm going to want to run, and I might move those, I think I will move those belts around a bit, but we're going to move there and there. Well, that's a shame. Just doesn't reach. And we need it to not mix the two lines. Not that that particularly matters, but I think it will flow better if they don't mix. Only thing to do is move it short and then go under again. It's okay. Bit ugly, but okay. That one back so it lines up with that one. Still getting complaints from the train network that it can't find vulcanite blocks, which... Yes, it's on our list. I've moved it up the list. We'll fix it soon. The plan is to head to the planet that has just tons of vulcanite. The reason we didn't go before is it doesn't have any water on it. So we're going to have to set up like more barreled water to be available for getting over there, which is not, you know, not a problem. We can do that. All the other logistics as well. So centralized mass production of rocket parts to be taken and sent all over the place. More production of capsules as well. But yeah, that's probably not today's job. That's a big task coming up soon. Moved all them out of the way a bit. Still mostly neat and good. There's the pipelines where they got to. I'm going to run, not there, over one, and there. Do I want to? Yeah, I think I do want to put tanks here as well. It's, again, not something that's necessary because we've got tanks. They're down the other end. We could just put extra pumps. But tanks and then pumps would be my preference. So if I... Can we fit? We can do that. It's not like aligned with the poles, but it fits pretty nicely actually. Do I want to pump into these tanks or out of them? I think into them. It's probably unnecessary because of... Doesn't matter. I'm happy doing that. And then we pull our lines of lubricant out of there to head down the bus line. It's all good with me. More loaders are needed. Let's finish off the job by getting the train station down this end done, and then we'll go grab loaders to actually build them into place. This one's slightly simpler deal again because it's just loading empty barrels onto trains that come to get them, which isn't going to happen for a while. But hopefully these warehouses are big enough to hold enough empty barrels to keep us out of trouble for a while. We'll see, I guess. I want to split this line how we've done it before, evenly. So we go into 2 here, then there, no, there, and then there. So that's splitting it into 4 evenly. With the same, but up 1 over here. That's where that goes. So it would have been nice if the line came in one further up. Keep it even neater. Yeah, let's do that then. Cut. And paste. There we go. There we go. The last of them dug up. We'll go get the loaders we need to finish making it right. We can come back and wire everything up. If we've got enough loaders to get both stations done. I think we will. They are being made very, very slowly, but, you know, I left the game running for a while, so hopefully it's enough to get this square done at least. We'll see. When the robots have had their little recharge. There we go. Let's see what we can find. 142, it's not terrible. Could be enough. Can't even remember how many are enough. There's 88 in a station with one product. So I'll have just enough, maybe? Oh God, you can pick up the bots charging on me. Yeah, I've seen that sometimes they also come in, but do they get recharged in my backpack in that case? Because otherwise, like, they need to come out and recharge at some point. I've seen them kind of give up on charging and all just come and park before, and I felt like it was fine. They then like came out and started working again a little bit later. It'd be nice to them though, you know, if they want a bit of power, they're allowed to have a bit of power. Right, and this is a provider. We're going to have to work out how we ensure it gets emptied regularly, but for now, that's fine. It's a provider of empty steel barrels. I'm going to build all this into... Oh, mostly already done. Okay, perfect. That combinator on there as well. Missing that pole. They're wired up. Now this is not good enough. I still need it to unload evenly. Do I? Because I thought about that before, last time we did a single product output. We don't need it to unload evenly, but as long as the quantity we're requesting plus one wagon fit in a warehouse. So if the outputs all get stacked up badly for whatever reason, everything we're requesting gets put into the bottom warehouse. Then a wagon comes to deliver. That wagon needs space to unload, so that would be 840s plus the 40, which is 360, and there's 512 available. So yes, we don't need to balance the outputs here. Might be nice to do it anyway. But we don't need to. So yeah, it's fine. We don't need to. As long as, unless we end up needing to request more lubricant here for some reason, like we're going through a lot of it and we need bigger deliveries, more regular deliveries. So yeah, that could happen. Let's do it properly. Which we've got set up here for a single, yeah. Flip, rotate, put it in. Okay, not the prettiest in the world. Then I can upgrade planner the belts. Oh, I've done. Oh god. Can't cancel an instruction to upgrade. Shift. Yeah, shift upgrade. Okay. Didn't mean to upgrade the pipe work, just the belts. That's all good. Okay. Power poles ended up in the wrong place from that. Get rid of them. Bigger power poles needed here. That I'd rather have the other end. There. Yep. Red I then run like that. And we need greens along here. This is wrong. It's missing the underground before the combinator. Don't know why, but it is. I'm gonna cut that and move it forward one. Get those put in. That's better. Does make it use up more space. Bit annoying, but still, no issue. The red back in the green to the back of them. Looks better now. Okay. Should be good. We just need to sort out this bit that no longer lines up. Could move the whole lot over. Or... actually moving it over might be a good idea. To there. Then that goes under to a splitter. Not perfect. On account of that, having to move down one. But not bad. Good enough. Actually, if we change it to that way round, we can move that up one as well and keep it symmetrical. That can go through there and join that. Could move that, but that's fine. And then would want to do this different as well, so we're not inputting into the same tank we're pulling from in one case and not the other case. So let's move them over. Pumps to here. Messes things around a little, but you know, whatever. I'm not going to redo all the pipes just because of that. That's fine with me. That to there. That to there. No, that doesn't fix the problem. It just turns it around. That tank's being input and output from, so... move them to there. And then... that one there. That one up one more. That can go under and not mix. There we go. That'll do the job. That no longer needs to go under. That's all happy there, that's all fine there. So now we just need to request them, and we'll start with what we normally do. So that's 20 slots, 8 wagons, 10 each, 1600. Would be enough, thinking about that. So, request barrel of lubricant, 1600. So that's 1600 by 50. 80,000 per delivery. So in theory, but not in reality, we'd need almost 3 deliveries a minute. No, a third of a delivery a minute. Delivery every 3 minutes. Delivery every 3 minutes is a lot to ask for with the size of everything. So we may need to request more, but more than likely the whole system's just going to back up frequently enough that it doesn't matter, because we're not going to actually consume things at a fast enough rate for it to matter. But that's good. That's the lubricant deliveries set up in the stations, and the empty barrels will. So the plan is, when we redo steel production, which is here at the moment, we will include a delivery point for empty barrels. There'll be a mass recycling to turn them back into steel plate, and then the steel plate output station will prioritize the recycling over the smelting, and we'll just see how that goes. I think it's possible at some point we're going to need like a second source of iron, a second source of copper, and maybe a second source of steel. So we might put the recycling in its own square, but then just provides steel to the network for collection if people want it nearby, and we'll see how that goes. We will need the facility to avoid the barrels if that storage fills up, to ensure it keeps flowing. But yeah, there we go. Cool. That dealt with. Back to starting the actual production of loaders first. So there's a lot of elements. We don't necessarily need to combine them. Like, we could split things out and just do the loaders and its parts in one line, and then the fast loaders afterwards, adding in the elements. But there's some repetition. Like, the small electric motor is needed for the fast loader. It's also needed to make the big electric motor in the express loaders. So they can be combined into one production line, which I think I would prefer. It's not quite as mass scale as what we tried to do here by putting like all of the copper cable production in one area for the entire square. It's going to be similar numbers, but it's not quite like that, so I think we will do the 82 machines making copper cable just to make loaders. 82 is a big number. Am I going to change my mind? Don't think so. I think I'm going to go for it. Where do we start? Probably with that. Probably with copper cable. What's the first? The first element is transport belt. That just needs... Sorry, is loader, which needs transport belt, electronic circuits. Yeah, everything really. Let's go with that. So we're going to take in 4.5 belts of copper and turn them into 9 and a bit belts of copper cable. It's going to take up too much space. 10 belts of copper cable. I think we need to spread that out. How is it spread? So 6 belts go to make circuits, and then 2 more for the red circuits, and then 2.5 for the electric motors, and that's it. Okay, maybe we don't have an option. really. Like, they're not even... If we tried to spread it out, it wouldn't actually spread that far. So... Okay. So it's like 5 in, 10 out. So we need to do... maybe 5 rows of 17 machines. Yeah. Awkward number, but 5 rows of 17 machines with 1 in, 2 out. Which is not going to be pretty, actually. $17. But 1 in, 2 out means you can't fit the next one there because you can't fit the input. So you'd then have a gap, in which case 2 in, 4 out would be better and double the length. Where does that end up? Not bad at all. Not longer than the stuff above it. That would be a fifth of what we need? No? 34, 2/5 of what we need. Could we go even longer? That would be 3 in, 6 out. And then this would have 2 in, 4 out. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in, 10 out. Yeah, that would be right. So, what was it? 17 machines? Yep. 2 sets of them there, 3 sets of them there, and it still fits if I'm accepting that, which I don't think this square is going to do anything other than make loaders from the numbers involved. Man, well, I mean, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, but I'm not even sure there's enough space here to just do that. Really asking for 7.5 a minute. It's not that many. We'll keep going. We'll see how it goes. We have to split things out more because it just won't work, then we'll do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17. And this is the next one out. No. No, that's not right. It's half that, isn't it? 17. So it's 8.5 per line out. That ain't pretty. 8 is there. So that one needs to go both there and there. Well, that's not a terrible thing to do. Kind of. And have inserters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or, but then that one, so we can alternate like near side, far side apart from this one, which we can't. So we also want to balance the sides of the belt differently. Every 4. That won't work. Kind of will, but kind of won't. So every 4 we need to balance the sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last one. Sure. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Kind of. And then they need to go into there. with 2 out? No. That one does. Very confused already. So every 17 machines need to go out on 2 lines. 8 machines on the inside one, 8 machines on the outside one. That's simple enough to start with. And then to balance the sides, they are an even number, so we can go inside, outside, inside, outside. This machine wants to join them, but needs to join half and half, and needs to alternate inside, outside. So we can do that, but that doesn't alternate the inside, outside. Don't have space to do that anyway. So we need to go this way, and then if it outputs on the far, that will alternate inside, outside, and then alternate. Yeah, that will kind of work in a weird, ugly way, I guess. And if we're doing that, we might as well join them so that they backflow into each other. Not a fan of it. How many machines have I got here? 85. I need 82. So I can take 3 machines away. Which could be that one, for example, and so on, but not down here. So I do need to solve the problem at the bottom one with the last 2 machines. Okay, so we'll look at that problem when we get to the last 2 machines. For now, we take them 3 away. We'll have the 82 machines that we need. That's 81. Because I want to rebuild that one. But it's not going to join like that, and that's no longer necessary. They just go like that and they alternate inside, outside. Which, let's go get some more inserters so we can actually do that and get it set up properly. I guess regular old inserters for now. These will also no doubt need upgrading to stack inserters when they're available because of the rates. Just going to clear out some of the junk from the inventory down here. Get rid of all that stuff. Sure. Hey, Eric's Royal Rover. Lovely to see you again. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Been a while. I haven't been playing Anno, so I guess that's why I haven't so much. But nice to see you. Hope you've just had a good stream. What were you up to? You were playing Anno as... Yeah, good. Hope you're still having fun with it. And that you had a good time today. If any of you guys who've come over had a good time in that stream and you haven't already, there's a button top of your chat to follow. Help Rover out. Show some support if you had a good time. We are... destroying my brain slowly. It's fun in a way, but every now and then I end up with just a bit of maths to do that drives me crazy here. I love playing Factorio. Really nice sandbox game for just building stuff you know, machinery that fits together. I have a great time. We're playing with a couple mods at the moment that add a lot of complexity. So we get some big challenges with no like quick rewards involved. So it can be a challenge. It can push my patience, but all in all, still very interesting stuff going on. So you're welcome to join us, guys, while you're here. Hang out and help me when I get stuck. See how it goes. You had a good time. Glad to hear that. As long as it's fun. It is fun. Factorio is probably my favourite game ever, you know. So I have a lot of fun playing it, even when it is challenging. Run out of belt again. Should have filled up while we were down there, shouldn't I? Never mind. There's 16, so every 16 machines. That one ends there, and that's going to come in. Mass Effect, interesting. Your favourite ever. Interesting. I've played it maybe... I mean, I assume we're talking about the first game, or do you mean like the whole series together? Played the first one maybe 2 or 3 times only. Not a massive fan. Good. Definitely good game. Definitely enjoyed it, but I don't think I'd revisit it now. It's interesting. Consider it the whole experience. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. The second is your favourite. Very cool. Very different as well, I guess. Wouldn't have expected it, you know. I guess I only know you as someone who streams Anno 1800. You obviously do play other games, so, so I wouldn't have guessed it. But very cool. So we can, okay, that's outside. This one's going to go to the inside. Paste those settings across, so they should all be near side. Good. Paste them onto them. Paste that lot onto there and there. Near far, good. Then copy that marked belt in front of each of these. Yeah, Grace, and you again as well. Got to go sleep, of course. Working, that's a shame. But yeah, have a good one and have a good time. And I'll hopefully see you again soon. That's all there. So this line, or these lines, I'm going to bring them all back and start lining the ghosts up. Not sure how much more belt we will have made in the time. These might be ghosts for a bit of a time. Onto there. So is that's all good. 3 inputs, 6 outputs, all even, all okay for now. I'm going to want to balance them around a bit, probably. Somehow. Just for the sake of it, maybe. Would be a good idea. They're going to need... all 10 of them are going to need pushing together. So do I just wait for all 10 and then do something with them down here? Probably. We'll do some kind of balancing down here. Yeah, okay. So we'll do this row now, which I can copy the 2 in, 4 out all the way along to there. And then we end up with the 2 odd machines on the end. which we know they can fit somehow. Just not sure what's the best way. Can we fit 10 machines onto one line, or is that beyond our limit? Like, we're balancing to try and reach an uneven number, but these are outputting 2 every half second. So every second they make 4. So 10 machines every second are making 40. And the blue belt can carry 45. So, yeah. We'll just do that. And it'll be fine. They will fit on that belt. The last belt is more full than the others, which is kind of what we want anyway. And we'll bring all 10 lines together, push things to the inside. Let's see how it goes. We are pulling off, just for this, 4.5 belts of copper. So these 7 belts of copper here, 4.5 of them are going to disappear, which means these inside 3 and this 4 stop or terminate at this point, which means this gap is going to be empty after this point. So we need to bear in mind there's going to be some lubricant pipelines running through here, but we can nudge them around. We have got space here to do the balancing, in theory. Just going to bring all them out and over. And then them to join. Now, I say balancing, I don't really mean balancing. I'm not trying to create 10 even lines. I'm trying to push everything to the inside. We do like that with priority outputs. It's not perfect. Doing it multiple times would improve the squishing, but it's something, I guess. I don't know. Do I want to just do it multiple times, maybe? No, I don't think that's necessary. An effort to squish them together is going to be better than nothing, but that's fine. I'm going to check how much belt we've got available. Grab what we can. Forgot I've got that in there. We've got some already. Silly me. And we've got a whole chest there as well, so let's grab all of it. Build out a whole bunch more. Remember, we've got the spare in storage as well. And then go from there. Next thing, I think we want to kind of consume stuff downwards, so I'd like to make the stone tablets and then make the green circuits, and that'll reduce how many lines of copper cable we're running around the place as well. It's not bad, like, replacing the copper with copper cable lines over there with the space, but the more we can squish and consume away to smaller lines, the better. In terms of, you know, squishing stuff into the space we've got available at the moment. I am very worried it will not fit in this square. We'll see. If we can't fit everything into this square and it becomes just making loaders, we'll reduce the amount of ingot breaking down we need to do, which will, you know, cause a pain of work to do, but we'll live. Come on, robots. Oh wait, what have I done there? Should be there, that's fine. We want to know what happens if I just put these guys back into my inventory. I mean, hard to tell. They carry on building, but I do have spares. I assume they just charge while they're there. Can't really tell from the power consumption. Don't know. I haven't factored in getting the copper in. Those three are going to run into there, kind of, and then it's going to be messy because those three lines going in here are not three lines, or are not intended to be. They're like 2 and a bit. 2 and something. So we've got the 3 lines coming down. They're there. But they don't just go in one at a time. They need splitting off, which means the 2 lines going in here are going to have a bit of a mix-up with the stuff over here. We may need to juggle around how all that is when we actually plug things in. But we won't worry about that for now. Not yet. We won't plug things in yet, so we'll see. Okay. So, 9 machines making stone tablets. Need to go here. They are taking half a belt of stone brick and putting out 2 belts of stone tablet. Which again is an awkward number because it's an odd number of machines. Although the last one's only like a fraction of a machine, I'm not sure it really even matters really. We go with something like that. We'll alternate them near far, near far. That'll be fine. They're going to be there. They're going to use the little space that's available here to turn. And we've got some of this we can pull off and in to make green circuits next, I guess. Stone bricks will go in there. We'll see how it goes. So the green circuits, 33 machines, taking all of those stone tablets and 5 and a bit belts of the copper cabling to make 2 belts of electronic circuits, 1.8 belts. So 32.5 machines over 1.806 belts. 18 machines in each line. That doesn't work. That does work. 18, kind of. 18 and then 15. Sure. Gonna need to leave a gap, which keeps us moving further south. We're like halfway through the square, and I don't think we're halfway through the number of machines we need to build. So can I get all these in one long line with various belts weaving around? Probably. Six belts of that and 2 belts of that coming in. No. So 1 and 3 somehow. And then 2 out. Half of it is what I'm looking at would be Yeah, 3 belts of that, 1 belt of that, and 1 belt out. Like that. And then the others can go here with the opposite. This could work. It's a bit awkward. Because we're putting in 3 copper cable every half second, which we're not going to do with a long-handled inserter. We're going to need like a stack inserter. So the closer line needs to be the copper cable, and that runs for, I've forgotten the number already. It's going to be 2 rows in this case, yeah, not 1 row. Interesting. Make round numbers, make it 17 in each row. Or it was, what, 18 and 15. Do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 18. That's 15. It's not 3 lines of coming in, it's 2 and a bit. So we've got 18 machines. Within that, what is the number? Actually, we can do that, can't we? 32.5 over 5.417. Not quite 6 machines. Very, very close though. That is 18 with 3 lines coming in, so that won't work. That one needs to move there. Interesting. But okay. And then so it's 5, 5 and 7. No, so 5, 6 and 6. It's getting the when to bring the second copper cable in is confusing. Do it every 5. Will we have taken enough away? Don't think so. Possibly. So that would go to there, and then this one would come in. Carry on. That could carry on. But then that's not a whole line anyway, because it's not 10, it's 9 and a bit. So that's okay, I think. Should either be there or between the next machine, I just don't know. And the best thing would be to send it out again and do it again. But that, I mean, that's doable. Need to put the inserter in a different place, the long-handled one. It's not ideal, so I'd rather have them there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring that here. I'll go there. Goes there. And go out to there. And then it could carry on. Could do it. So here we would push them in together and feed it through. Maybe. But that's at the 6th, which might be too late if there's not enough on that line. Yeah, I think it is too late. Because it was like 5.99 was the number on the calculator. So I think that's no good. But yeah, there's not enough space here to do it. So we're going to move the inserters where we bring them in. Could move all the inserters, but at least where we bring them in. So that will go there. They move out. This pole will upgrade to get them power. Stone tablets will run under. Try and force it all in. So we do that every 5th machine. That's going to be different because it's an odd number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this machine, between these two, we need to... Okay. Which, yeah, it's going to be different, like we say. So that one carries on. That goes under, and it's okay as it is. Okay. But then, at this point, the outside line's definitely empty. Or the inside is empty enough that that definitely flows through. We don't need to continue that. There's only 6 machines after this point, but I think that outside's still possibly necessary. It's not a pretty way of doing it. But there we go. What choice do we have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then in again. Just for the last one. Like I say, my maths isn't great. I could have the wrong end of the stick here and this might be unnecessary. But no, it's there, it's built. I think it's good. It has a bit of redundancy just in case, like by keeping the line going. And it's going to feed into every machine as needed. I think it's fine. What we do on this side to keep everything balanced everywhere is output on 2 splitters. That'll balance the sides of the belts and both belts. Pretty good. Won't be perfect because the 2 sides of this aren't even. So it might be a bit off. But I'm not sure that'll matter, all things considered. So that's not quite right. Copied the wrong bit. Now we'll just go onto a splitter as well, why not? Okay. I think. And then I'm going to copy that a lot. Rotate twice and flip. Put it in there. But that last machine isn't needed. And so this runner belt isn't needed either. Interesting. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7. Have I got this wrong? I think I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In it comes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In it comes. Yep, got it wrong. It needs to go here. That's going in. And then carrying on. That one needs moving out. Which, let's be consistent. Like that. And then on this side, we do need the last one. Need is a strong word. They need moving out. Put that there. Send that under. I think that's going to work. That one needs bigger power pole. So that's where it comes in. Okay, good. Good. And that converts a bunch of those lines into fewer with green circuits on. Good bet. Next is, like, let's do the simple thing. So iron gear wheel would be next. Although, why don't I take a break before we try and tackle that? We're 2 hours 15 in. So it's a reasonable time, and we've just done something pretty taxing on my brain. So I could do with just taking 5 minutes to stretch the legs, give the brain a short rest, and then when I come back, we carry on trying to make some blue loaders quicker than we currently are making them. And that's, you know, gear wheel next, followed by, I don't know, really turning some of the circuits into red ones and then some of them into blue ones, and making the motors and gradually feeding bits together. And then right at the end, just plugging everything into 3 machines that do the actual production. It's such an unbalanced number of machines. But yes, I'll just take 5 minutes for a bit of a walk around, and then when I'm back, we'll carry on. So I'll see you guys shortly. Hello, hello, I am back. Legs are stretched. Brain still a bit frazzled, but we'll give it a go. Let's check the numbers again. And do, yeah, iron gear wheels maybe? Or I could do all of the circuits first. That's an idea. Yeah, why not? We'll do all of the circuits, then we'll do all of the engines, motors. Then bring all those belts together. Which we're going to run out of space at the front, really. Might need to do some at the back end or something different. Not sure. There, that's fine. Might need to plug some of these in to work out where things are going, so... We get to here, we need to pull 3 lines off. Interesting. How do we do that? I mean, we can just do 1, 2, 3, but it's not quite right because it's not 3. It's I don't even know. A little over half of 5.417. It's 2.7, maybe 2.75. Which means... I mean, they are being... Well, the splitters are running between them, but not the other way to allow them out, so... If we did this... then things will back up and filter, because there's spare space on the 10th line, so things will just back up and be okay in the end, I think. Maybe if we keep these prioritized right as well. Not sure, but I think it'll be okay, like it'll work. Can't really bring all 10 together and pull one off, and then bring all 10 together and pull one off again, and then again. Don't think that really work. I doubt. So we'll try it like this. We're just wiggling them together up here, and then where lines backlog, it will allow them to push down. I think it will be okay. These are then coming down here. As long as there's enough belts then left over. So there are 4 belts left at the end of this. And what we've got is 9.028. Take away the 5.417. We've got 3.611 belts, so that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. We're also taking the stone tablets. Let's go back one more would be nice. Send all them under. Bring the tablets over. One in there. And the other... makes more sense for that to go under there, and then like that. They should... I mean, that's trying to balance them. But it's not... I think another one after all of the machines would be a good idea. So we'll put one there. I think. Good. They're being consumed away anyway, so these can come out. Go under all that. And move on to the next thing. So the copper cable and the green circuits are moving forward from this. And yeah, I think make the reds and the blues here, and then we might need to leave some more space to get the other bits and pieces done, but we'll see how it goes. This will be fine. Let's try. So to make the reds, we need to make electronic components, which are being done in 20 machines, being fed by quarter belts and producing half a belt. So just 20 machines in a row. We'll be fine. Where are we? Electronic components, there we go. We're going to have the shared belt on the inside and the regular on the outside, and we've done that before and it seems to work okay, fast enough. They're there and they're there. I assume this isn't the only place we're using red circuits. Could be. I know, some electronic components being made there. Not red circuits, but electronic components are essentially what I meant. Okay, fine. It's worth knowing. Copy that down on all of these. Be fine. Pretty simple, really, compared to what we just done, hopefully. Then an output on this side, which it's more than half, right? Yeah. Barely, but it is, so we need to alternate and use the full belt rather than just one side of it. Don't need to set the recipe the whole way down. Far, near. That's electronic components there. Which can run like there, probably. Being used straight away, really. I'll just run them straight back up the way they came. Well, we've got 40 machines making... Okay. Stuff that we've got available. It's just over a belt on some of them, so splitting it into 2 lines would be good, despite the space that's going to take up. Yeah. Then we can combine belt. Not with the cable and the circuit, but with the components and either of them. How does that? Yeah, it doesn't really matter which, but you know, the inside line. Can we go there? We'd have in, out, and then... Yes, we can. Yeah. That's in, that's out. And these are also in. It's a bit of a tight fit, but I think necessary. So the outside will be the shared belt, because that's definitely got the short-handed in. Some of the inside guys have got long-handled in. No. Yep, and then out and out. There we go. But these guys have got long-handled in from there, so that wants to be the one that isn't mixed. To make sure they can get in fast enough, which they should. It's 4-second time. Craft time. 1 per second is... right. Long-handled inserter rotates 432 degrees a second, so yeah. It's got to grab, rotate 180, and rotate 180 back in a second, which it should be able to do. Okay. So we need to split this in half, or join it with something, then split it in half, let's say. So green circuits coming out are not all going here. So they'll come along, be split off. 1 belt will continue. Good point. How much is coming here? 1.1 of the 1.8 is coming here. So yeah, one. Just need to do that. There. Join them. Split them in half. Yeah, it might be nice to do that. I don't know, it's fine. Just needs to wiggle around like that. It's a little meh, but yeah, fine. And then the other one over here. And then this line is copper cable. Which doesn't work. Doesn't work because we need to split that copper cable down. Needs 1.11 belt. Blue belt? We are on. Yes. That's a shame. Okay. 1.11 belt. So we can take a second one and join it in later. Kind of. A bit awkward. I mean, the only other option, run it up the outside, or don't do them like this and leave a bigger gap. I don't know, like doing it this way is going to be messy. We can do it neater if we leave a bigger gap. Split it properly. Rather not, though. Can output them on this side, but can't output them on that side, so we'd need to move that one down, which I do think we can do. But in that case, we might as well just make one really long line then. And yeah. Also means that that won't work, will it? Oh, sorry. No, that won't work. Okay. This plan is not right. It's not going to work, so let's cut this all back and start again. With a new plan. So leave a gap and then go here. And this will be a run of 40 machines. We're definitely not turning the bus at the end much, but fine. Let's do the sensible thing. Set the recipe. Then copy it. There's 10. There's 20. There's 40 and it fits, that's fine. We need, yeah, 1.1, 1.1, less than 1. So this one can be with long-handled inserters from there. Then that one goes there, but we do split that off, and the second bit split off also needs to go up there. So move that back a bit, forward a bit from there. That one's going to go up there. That one's going to go down there. And that carries on for other jobs. Similar deal with the copper cable here. So we've got, it's about 3.6. 3 lines need to carry on. This one's going for taking. This one's going with a gap to be fed in later. These are outputting to the actual output of red, which I want. Send that under. And then that under there. That's green, that's red. Yeah, fine. tidy that up a bit better. And those 3 are copper cable. Should work. Fingers crossed. There's a little bit of green left, and the reds come out here. And then we just need to work out where we feed in the second little bit, the 0.111 or whatever of a belt. Russus and Dark Dragon, hello. Welcome in, nice to see you. Hope you're good. Having a nice day and all that. So let's copy that lot. Missing a bit of belt there. Fix that and copy. That'll do. Right, missing a bit of belt there as well. There we go. 40 machines taking 1.11 belts. So 40 over 1.11111. After the 36th machine, let's say 35th machine, we need to cut the last line in. Do we need to be precise on that? Probably not. In fact, we can probably just cut it in after like half of them and it would work, but no big deal. It's 5 from the end. One, 2, 3, 4 there. Send that under. Feed the extra line into the middle. Do the same on this side. Yep, there we go. Whew. How long have I been playing? Today, 2 hours and 40 minutes. On this factory, we're, let me update that actually. We're at 125 hours. Most of which has been streamed, but a few hours here and there that were done off stream. And the game in total, don't know actually these days, let me look that up too. 880 hours. It's not a huge amount, but you know, enough. I know people who've done thousands, but yeah, 880 for me, that's a lot for one game, definitely. Never developed like me. Well, that's kind of the cool thing about the game is there's no correct way of doing things. Everyone's method is fine, you know, works fine. Some of the things I do are very silly and unnecessary, and it's just the way that I do it. You are going to need to change some of them inserters around. Right. Yeah, this is more than half a belt of advanced circuit, so we need to alternate these outputs. We'll go near, far, and so on. Is that right? I think so. Just check them. Far, near, far. That's near. I'll just do them a little bit at a time so I know I've got the right settings. I hope these are going to be fast enough. Good. That should make the red circuits we need fast enough. We need some turning into blue, which isn't going to consume anything. It's just going to create a line of blue ones. So do we want to save that for later, probably? Yeah, do that closer to the blue loaders, I think. It's not going to save us any space or reduce anything. So next up, I think, is iron gear wheel. Even that's not going to save any space. It's only taking 0.69 of a belt. And so when we add the motors, it will take away one whole iron belt, which is not going to free up any space on our bus, really. So kind of might as well make the blue ones now. Why not? So the blue one's going in 30 machines. We're taking half belt of whatever. I need sulfuric acid making. Okay. And the output's less than half a belt and what have you, so 30 in one long line is going to be fine. Do need to leave a gap because we've not got the space to work in. Dark Dragon, thank you very much for following the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you. This could get awkward with the liquid needed. We'll see. That's 10. That's 20. That's 30. So what do we need? We can put a shared belt of rare metal and red circuit. The red circuit is also needed, so we need to split off. Say we go here. Red circuit's there. Rest carry on. If we share with the rare ones, I mean, it's unnecessary really. We can use a long handle to get the rare metals in. Where am I from? I'm from the UK. I'm specifically in a region called Suffolk, which is kind of southeast of England. Them there. Liquid on this side. And then long handled out. Don't like it. In which case, shared belt in, long handled out on that side. Prefer that. So, how can we do this differently? We can just have the blue ones run down the middle here. Not the middle, the edge here. It's not perfect because that would need to go under somehow. Don't like that. And the rare metals need to come in as well. Rassus, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that too. Thank you. That would go. Going to swap around some of this. So the green is still there. The red I'm going to bring there. That under there. That down there. Okay. Split the red. Send that under. Maybe. No, we'll go there and we'll do wiggle like that. Maybe. Otherwise that's there. Or, yeah. Let's go with that. The rare metals are going to come across here. And that shared belt's there. We got red, green, and we just need blue, which is going to go like that. It's all a bit wiggly and ugly, but that's fine. We'll live. Also going to need chemical plant here, making sulfuric acid. It's going to need sulfur and iron to come in there. Or sulfur there and iron there, either way. Some fashion. And water, which I don't think we've got any We haven't like lined up for water to go anywhere. Just bring it up specifically for this or something, don't know. Could do. Just pump it up and over. Do a big space down the bottom left here where we're doing nothing. Just interesting. Okay. But that's going to make the acid. The acid's going to go into there. These need turning around. Take that all the way down. The end off there, get everything lined up right. Oops. Seems fine. Let's get the belts and inserters done. The output's only half a belt, so I might just keep it on. I mean, it's less than half a belt, so keep it on A side, and maybe we'll use the other half of the belt for something at some point. Not that way, not that way. Put this all the way down. Bit of belt there that's not needed. That and that. Good. Just got to plug the water. Well, we need to plug like everything in, which it's going to take a while when we've got everything in place, but we'll see. Still a chance we have to tear the whole lot up, so don't want to fill it with resources until we are ready. I mean, that's pretty good going. Just going to move this up. We've done all of the electronic elements, and they're going to be available on lines down here. Leaves us with very little space to do anything further here. Could be an issue in a second. We might need to just move a few machines over, or we'll go over to the right-hand side to feed things in, which could get messy. We'll see. 13 machines making iron gear wheels. Okay. And that's not much after that. I mean, 50 making big electric motors, I say. There's some after that, but still. They do need the gear wheels first, so we're kind of doing the motor section. Then the single cylinder engine's just like a weird outlier. Needs 0.04 of a machine with 0.001 of a belt of gear wheels feeding it. But so we have to keep the gear wheels running. Yeah, fine, whatever. 13 gear wheel machines. We can come pretty close. That's iron anyway for the sulfuric acid, and that's what we want. So let's move that down one. We'll long handled into the acid, and then short into these, assuming. Yeah. Don't assume. 0.696 plus 0.014 is less than 1. Yeah, that's fine. Could move the sulfur down to there now. Doesn't really matter. That's fine. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Yeah, good. Need to grab more inserters shortly. Iron in, gear wheels out. How many gear wheels? 0.69, so we need to alternate them. So I need to get inserters so that I can alternate. Let's go stock up on them. Grab a few. Where are they? Over here. A few more. A few long hauled because we're short on them as well. Want them to keep producing them, so I'm going to grab more. These random plates and stuff in my inventory, I don't know when I scooped them up, but I don't need them, so I'm going to get rid of them permanently. And old belt is not needed. We like the blue stuff now? Okay. Just gonna grab a bit more rocket fuel as we fly past to keep my jetpack running. Should do for a while longer. Then built in. That's going to go to the near side. We'll copy them down. Set the recipe, of course, before I forget that. Iron gear wheels. Good. Okay, next thing is small electric motors, 12 machines. Might fit here. What do they need? 3 ingredients. Bit awkward. They need to be fed by 2.5 belts of copper cable. That's a lot for only 12 machines. But okay, that's what they need. And that's the last thing that needs copper cable? Yeah, okay. Do we split it into 3 different runs? No. But we are going to need more space, I think. Put the gear wheels and the iron plate onto a shared belt. Then they're not going to insert the copper cable fast enough from the long handled. No way. We need to put in 6 cable every 0.8 seconds. I'm surprised we haven't had a problem with that in the past. That's fast. 6 cable every 0.8 seconds. 0.125 second per cable. But we take 2 with every grab. So short handled should be fine for it. Just that it might do better with a stack inserter in the future. But it does mean a long handled won't be able to do the gear wheel and the iron plate. You can't do both. So we'll leave a gap and put all 12 in a row. Then we can run all the lines without worrying about the space needed, so that will be out. Although even that, 1 every 0.8 seconds should be okay with a long handled out. Should be. We'll see how that goes. This might just not work. Iron gear wheel, iron plate. So need to kind of do what we did before. And with the space it's taking up, it's almost worth doing 3 separate rows of 4. 3 separate rows of 4. Not really. What I am going to do though is leave a little gap. Might make things easier. Just an idea I've had. That runs to there, and then this comes in to there, and that goes there. Now it goes. What have I done wrong there? Oh, they just don't align because of the gap. That's fine. This one runs over under there. Under there. Yeah, it gives us a bit more room to do that wiggling. If I leave a machine out. Happy with that. And the outputs alternate. Copy all of that. That doesn't work on that one, but it fits there okay. And then these are a bit different. What's that one? That's a far, so that's a near, far and near. Cool. So one of these is just iron plate coming in. That can be that one. Then these three are the last three copper cable from here. Which, because of the way that comes out, the outside one's the one we want full, or and if it backs up it's all good, but I think after pulling off there what we should do is just have a little rebalancing of it here so that it can back up to that point and get juggled between them more evenly. If it'll even back up, we'll see. No idea if this is all even going to work. Gear wheels, but not all of them, so they can run to there, or even there is available, and then these are going to need to go under to keep out of the way. Split off there, and it goes a little bit goes further. These are all of the circuits, not needed for this, but they live here, just to remember. And then those little blue motors coming out there, which we'll see how that goes. Although this outside line is now like completely clear because we've used up all the stuff, so we do have some space to play with if we need it. Next step is turn some but not all of the small electric motors into big electric motors. 50 machines, 3 different inputs and a liquid input. Okay. It's definitely not going to fit there, so we are going to have to leave a gap, but we can do one long line. What's that? That's 12. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, this is... I mean, we'll see, but I don't think we're going to fit much here, other than the loaders. We've almost finished the loaders, so we will fit something, but I don't know what. All of the belt pieces seems very unlikely at this point, which is just crazy. We're not even asking for that many. And halving it wouldn't even make that much of a space saving. It might allow us to work further on the right hand side and, you know, turn the belt round, but not much of a saving. We'll finish this up, but I've got an idea in the back of my head that we'll just keep going south. We'll clear out N51. We'll just keep taking the bus south and use this square as well. Because changing... reducing what we've got here because we're not making everything anymore is annoying. So I'd rather not change it. We'll see where we end up. I think I'm going to turn these. And then copy paste and they're facing the right direction. Perfect. Might as well put the pipes in, we know where they're going to live. So I need more pipes actually, you can see I'm pretty short of them. Very short on them, okay. Do what we can, and then next time we need to stock up on stuff, we can include pipe in that. No big deal at the moment. Into there, then That's going to plug into the lubricant line, which we'll need to bring down and see how that fits among all these mess of belts, but we'll see. So small electric motor, but not all of them. Yeah, in which case I'm going to send that over here and split that off. Some of it carries on forward. Probably want to combine that. So small electric motor and steel plate are combined on the inside, electronic circuit runs on the outside. Would be my thought on this. So steel will come over there. Just going to move this back one. They can join onto that belt. And green circuits, which is not all of them. They are the middle of these three. That one. They need to wiggle around because of that, but okay. And then we need an output as well, which, because of the liquid input, have to be a long handled on this side, which means we're going to need to upgrade to big power poles all over the place. How about doing that? Then we can just do every other power pole. Where's the output here? Belt-wise, yeah, less than half, so we won't bother balancing. How many more are there? So a long line of machines. Okay. There, yep, okay. Then that belt is a little further away because of how they're positioned. There we go. They are, sorry, that should not be all of it. Those are all things needed in a second, so that needs to go over. Let's join them. Sure. Along with everything else we need to bring down here, but that's fine. It's all good. Just need to plug the lubricant in as well, as I said. Having done that, we're kind of done. So now we just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines that do various bits and pieces to finish the whole thing off. Probably put them closer, and then 1, 2, 3. Lots of room to maneuver belts around. So this is doing single cylinder engine into transport belt into loader 1. Yep. Then loader, fast loader, and express loader. Lubricants. Not sure about pulling off that line. What is this? 15,000 a minute running through there. I think we'll have a separate line here for this lubricant rather than just patching into that one, just to play it safe. Deal with that after all the other belts of stuff. So we need gear wheels. Man, I don't know. What do we need? Some of the gear wheels, but not all of them, into the single cylinder engine. Iron plate is going to go in there. They are going to go into there. So we need gear wheels into there, which are this one, I think. And they need to go into here, which we're going to use loaders to get this speed right. It's 100 every 10 seconds, so it's not like a massive number. A stack inserter could do it, but we don't have those yet, I guess. I might prefer to do it with a stack inserter than a loader. We'll see. That's one element. We also need the transport belt from here. Bigger power pole, there we go. And electronic circuits, which will be the last of them as well. They are that one. That might be okay. We then need to put them into that one, and we'll need to put them into that one. Now we know. Good. Need to add small electric motor and red circuit to this. Small electric is this, and red circuit is that. So let's do this. And into this end, big electric motor and, you know, the last two, which can run here. And the lubricant, which I'll run this here, I think. See how it goes. Don't even know where that pipe will end up. It'll be around here somewhere. Very awkward. We'll see. We'll leave that there for now and connect in a second when we bring it down. That's going to go under there. It's going to come down into there and there. That's all of the bits. That's all of the stuff. And that is all of those machines just to feed this one. And not even at... Oh, it is 100%. Feeding this one machine at 100% needed all of that. Crazy. There we go. That's going to produce loaders into there. We need pipe to finish this off, which I think we got like everything else we might need, so I'm just going to go grab some pipe. It's nearby. Probably don't need that many straight ones. We'll get some more underground ones for the future as well. And start plugging this in. Yeah, see if it actually does what it's supposed to. We are missing. Spotted a problem already. Missing all of this up here. Need to put the pipe down this front anyway, so good to be walking this way. And there. Last few bits of belt not needed. Good. I think. Let's bring the lubricant down. I want both lines. See how it goes. I'll keep it clear of where belts are or might go. So this is where it's going to get messy. I want to go there, which I can't. I need to go there. And then that'll go under them. Okay. Then here. Annoying. Move them back to here. Just put that one up earlier. I'll go there either. Let's just move the splitter back one. We can do that. That'll go under. They'll go there. That's fine. Over there if they go under. have that come up later, because they do go underground a long way, these belts. I'm fine with that. It's not what I usually do, I guess, but not for any particular reason. I've overshot it now. Okay. So the first one I want to plug into here. That's going to need to go under, and that as well. The second one, bring down a bit further. Might go easier there, even. Send that all the way under, send that under there. Get rid of them, bring this over. Into there, and the lubricant needed further down for other things will pull off that line, not the line that's consuming 15,000 per whatever it was minute. Okay, water is needed to make sulfuric acid, and nothing's being done about that. There's no space here for like a tank or anything, which should be unnecessary anyway. There is a belt coming through here though, so move that up before sending it over, just to avoid that belt. If we line up with where the poles are, we know we won't get in the way of any belts because of how I line things up. Then don't want to run them on the black bit, they should be on the internal bit. So let's put it down here, I guess. Towards the pool of water. I'll just, I don't know, pump straight into this pipe, and if we need more water in the future, it can have its own pump or whatever, it doesn't really matter. They don't consume a lot of power or anything that we would ever need to worry about. Other type of pump, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. Looks okay there. Good. Liquids are connected. Let's start connecting the solids and see how it goes. So the first few things we're not actually doing yet. We're not got ingots, we're not splitting them down. And we are, I should have pointed out when we were talking about this, I will convert all of our iron that's in motion logistically, like on the trains or the rockets, to ingots, because in some cases you need an ingot. So if we were just using plates here, maybe to save the space we could just use plates, we would need both ingots and plates available, which just, for me, doesn't make sense. Ingots turn into plates, let's just have them. So that's fine, but yeah, for now they're not actually active. The first thing that is the copper here, which, yeah, is going to be a problem. Let's bring all of the copper down and then see how we make this work. I'm going to need to pull off with splitters and juggle it among all of what's down here. I need 3 lines to come here, but it's not 3. It's 2 and a bit. So I think it's 2 and a bit. Must be 2 and a bit. We can take 1 and 2. The third one has to carry on. Like that. So, I mean, that's fine. They just then need to be able to move between all the lines in order to push back, I think. Oh, I don't really know. If that, and split that off there instead, just for the sake for now. And then if this worked, there, then yeah, fine. I think these will back up to this point, and then the other stuff will get pushed down the other lines, so it'll be okay. And there are 5 lines after this point. I think that's okay. It's really not a pretty way of doing it. It's not the usual way of doing it, but that's just not going to work here, I don't think. I think we're going to have a lot of things where we can't do it my usual way. With only 2 lines to come in here, and that's kind of it, but it's not 2, it's 1 and a bit. So if we take this one and split off from here, those are the 2 lines. Just need to get them over there. Would work. As long as we're feeding in more than the machines need, it'll all back up the lines, and it'll go through the splitters and be able to choose its destination, really. Kind of just want to send them under. Come out over there so that they can run straight into them. I think it'll work. Very messy, ugly, but fine. And then 4 lines are carrying on, which is nice and neat and lovely. So that's good. Let's get them connected. Last bits of belt built in, and away we go. I think they need the priorities in order to be consistent everywhere, and to, I guess, encourage them to back up, which looks like it's going to cause an issue there. To keep an eye on that. If we can keep the cable flowing just for now, try and see this back up. Not sure it's going to do so quickly. Okay, it's just starting now, and only on one side, so we can help that. Like if we put a splitter here, then it will draw more off that line there. It's not creating a whole line then. I don't think the leftovers from those 3 is sufficient, and it's not being balanced out well enough beyond that, so that's no good. Just going to move that over here instead. We're going to take a different line from here, so we're going to move all them back 1. Priorities on them and there, and the leftovers because this is not 3 lines, it's 2 and a bit, so the other bit is going to come and join here, and we'll just encourage stuff to the inside after all that to balance the bus or whatever. That should be better. Very curious as to why these belts are empty. Okay, not curious anymore. Does answer my question from earlier. We do need to balance them as they come out of the station. Otherwise, this happens because we're not... Ah, no, we are feeding from the outside. But we're not feeding 3 lines from the outside, we're feeding 1. So we would need to do this whole thing 2 more times, or balance of the station. So that's just bear in mind, we need to go back and balance the stations at some point. Probably going to forget that, but we'll do it at some point. Stone brick needs to come in here, so let's bring that line down and line it up. It's going to be here. Okay, 2 of them. Interesting. Whereabouts was that? Just a little bit further. So how much is this really supposed to be? It's supposed to be 1.106, and at this point we're consuming 0.451, So we can take a whole belt away at this point. I'm not sure about that. Usually just skip one at a time, but we can skip two, probably even skip more than two. We can skip three at a time if we need to, but I can't hide that. That's all good for now. Brick goes into there. Brick makes tablet, tablet plus that makes that. They go on there, and then down here we need the stuff to make electronic components. The shared belt is the second one. Then there. These are going like all the way to the outside, I think. Let's bring them down and then we can see. Yep. Silicon, glass and plastic. So yeah, bringing them off is awkward, but there we go. That's going there. And then that splits off a little earlier and then runs over. Yep, all good. It will be needed later, if there's space for any later. Deal with that later as well. So they're feeding down there. Electronic components will be made, and that will make the red ones. Yep. They're going to come down here. Something there. Red one is combined with rare metals are needed here. It's going the wrong way. That's fine. Weird, but okay. Let's bring the rare metals down and then line it all up. They are there. This is the only use of these, I think. Would anything else be using blue chips or rare metals for something else? Not there. Not there. Not there. Nope. Not even in the stack filter inserters. It's just red. Definitely not in them. And no, so this is, yeah, where all of the rare metals are going. Where is that? Down here. Looking at that, if we can take that away and they're still joined, they are over that distance. That's nicer. 2 there, 2 there, 3 there. Could be 3, 3 and 1. No, that's good. That's good. And here, 2, 2 and 2. Good. Missing sulfuric acid, so they need sulfur and sulfur first. Which was next to this, I think. Let's go find it. Ah, no, next to them. Okay. Good. Very, very long bus. Which I kind of like. I enjoy them. Does need splitting off, I assume. Can go that whole distance, lovely. And then, I mean, something doesn't look right there, but okay, we'll check whether it looks right in a bit, like when we've got everything connected, I guess. Iron to here, which that's going to be was copper, is copper, so iron's just going to be here. So they can join like that. That might get in our way. This is going to be interesting. Let's bring the iron down and deal with this. Might run out of belt before we get there. Oh, have to see. I do have all of that, don't I? Are we going to be okay then? Here we are. Okay, so we can just pull off of the 4 of them and then like feed the other ones in later. I mean, how much are we even... I did look but forgotten. How much are we taking at this point? 0.7 of a belt kind of, and then at the next one... Where is the next one? That's this one. We take the rest of a belt. It's messy anyhow. Like we could just take off the inner 4 until that point and then feed in after, but no. Let's try and do it properly, which would mean doing that, and then these are in the way. They can be moved, so let's. That one like that. Yeah, that's connected. Nice. In fact, that's connected to the right, and then that's connected there. 2 3s. Very nice. Okay. And then kind of irrelevant here, but let's do that. And then could be all the way over here, but that's a bit more evenly spread, so I prefer that. They're feeding through okay, so this needs to doesn't matter which way around we do that. Feed to there and there and there, so that all pushes left. Yeah. And in. Fine. Then we go to the next one, which is there. You can just feed from there. That's what we've done there. Good. Cool. I like that the length of the underground in the mods is long, which is nice for keeping things tidy. So here we do the similar, but when we get to that point, only those 2 carry on, because we know we've deducted at least 1 full belt of iron at this point. So that's good. That might let us squeeze things down, which could be relevant for how we fit more in. We'll see. But that's good. That's good for now. That gets let's go back to where we were. That gets sulfuric acid going, which gets the blue ones being made. Also provides the iron to make the gear wheels, which are not flowing well, but that's not an issue really. It's making the little ones, though they are not inputting copper cable fast enough. Thought could be the case. We'll come back with stack inserters when we got them, and that will speed things up in a number of places. These guys are not getting their steel, so that's the next one. Let's bring the steel down and plug it into there. Those are bricks. That is steel. No one wanted stone in this process, so yeah. Must be for something else we were planning on making here. Oh, concrete needs stone. A bit further. Here we are. That one goes to there. With the usual, that's all good. Steel comes into the shared belt. And yeah, it's such a slow recipe that that's no issue at all. Big electric motors come out. Good. These feed into this. This is not running because iron needs feeding into here as well. Need to bring that down a little further too. And this is using almost no iron at all, so it's not going to change the number of belts that come out after this. We can take all of that. Get the splitters in the right place, get the priorities on them. That should be right. Yeah. Yep. Just missing the priorities on these ones. Good. Iron feeds in. Makes the belt. The belt makes the loader, which again needs better inserters, but that's coming in the future. Loader goes in. We are missing little motors. Are not backing up yet. Which I don't know if we want to turn the priorities off and split them 50-50 rather than waiting for it to back up. If the numbers are right and I didn't mess something up, it won't matter. They will back up. Just take a bit of time to fill the belt in because everything's just kick-started. I think be patient. It'll back up in a second. We are making... no. We're not making them at the right rate because the copper cable isn't inputting at the right rate. So that could be an issue. Although all that'll happen is the big motors will back up because they're not being consumed right, and then it'll balance. Not balance, then it'll back up on the input side, so it might take a bit longer, but it is going to get there. Maybe. It's a very long line of belt, hard to tell. That is like a lot of buildings to make so little in the end. Might have been worth kind of like doubling everything or something silly like that. Got about enough space at the end to make one or two things. And then, yeah, I don't know. We could condense the bus at this point, turn the corner and build south of the bus. Be short blocks of machines, but it might fit everything in. The 13 machines needed for belt is nothing. The 84 needed for underground is significant and could be a problem. Most of that is making gear wheels. I don't know, could be okay. 16 for that's not a lot, 23 for that's not much, but 115 for that is. So yeah, it's not going to fit here. I think we're going to overtake the square below and just run the bus under the rails. It's a bit of a waste of not a waste of a square, but it's unplanned is all. That's not a big deal. The things that are there also hard to move at this point, so not so sure about that. Gonna make a note. I'll probably do that off stream basically, as it won't be that fun to watch or interesting in any way. What is that? N51. All I will be doing is deconstructing everything that's there and then voiding it, removing it from existence. The issue we have with clearing out the square below us is this is where our rocketry is. So everything that we're doing in orbit will stop. And I could just pick up the important bits and rebuild them somewhere temporarily, but I don't think that's a problem. All that we're currently doing in orbit, I guess, is waiting for the stage of going up and rebuilding everything up here. Nothing's happening other than we're making platform and placing it to the fullest extent that our roboports currently reach. So, I mean, I just wait until we've sent up enough materials to finish building all this in. And then when we've done that, we'll be doing literally nothing in orbit. And and it'll be okay to tear away everything that's in this square, and then we'll rebuild it later when we're ready to do stuff. We'll be doing it differently anyway, so it's going to be dug up at some point. So I think, yeah, between the end of this session and the start of the next one, I'm going to clear that square south of us so it's empty. And then in the next session, we'll carry on building this square heading south. Go under the rail. Continue things down there. Because we've already got the right resources being delivered, and I don't want to mess with that, basically. I don't want to reduce them, change the layout of the belt, and then do this and do that. It's much simpler to just carry on going. Okay, we've got little motors coming in at a good rate now. Cool. We've got loaders being made. Brilliant. I'm going to keep them being made in the other location too. It's very little, but it will help to have both. But that's great. That's loaders done. Number one of the stuff in this mall ticked off the list. What I'm going to do at this point is just bring the whole of the bus down to the same point at the end of this, and then we'll look at what the next item is, or yeah, like which one we want to do next, because there's options, you know. Bring all this down and then see if we can squish it together at all. Not sure. There. Well, this is like the end there-ish, or next thing we're going to build is there, so yeah, that's kind of the end. Bring the steel down. Only things. I'm missing something there. Rare metals are all being used there. Yep, I remember. That's fine. Copper needs to come down. The 4 that remain. And then we'll bring the lubricant down as well, I guess. Keep it all lined up and stuff. Water, we just, yeah, I can't see the point in running a line of it or anything. We'll just pump out more when we need to. Where is over here? Oh, of course, yeah. So everything can move in, but I think I'd rather move everything leftward if we can. So lubricant might move. Let's just take a look at belts for a second. We've got 4 copper, 6 iron, 3 steel. How much steel have we consumed? How much steel do we have in the first place? 2.981 belts. We have consumed 0.278, so it's still 2 and a bit that we need. We could move the stone in with the 2 extra iron. That's about all that we can do. But that might be worth it. I like the idea of condensing and then... is it worth it? Just means we could move the start of the machine runs to the left a bit, which is kind of irrelevant. We're not going to turn the line around or anything. Just doesn't make sense. We might as well just keep going down and building extra long runs to the right, in which case it just doesn't matter. All I'm going to... well, in that case, I'd rather move to the right so that this space isn't empty, and we'll keep the machines lined up. So that'll be there, or wherever, there. And the machines will be there. So it would make sense to move the 4 outmost in, maybe, or the 3 outmost in. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. They're going to move to the inside lines. We've got sulfur, silicon, plastic and glass combined, copper, iron, still iron. Let's bring stone in then. Where can we do that? Where they are, it's fine. Stone, brick and stone, and then steel's now on the outside. Frees up space on the left. I don't think we're going to do anything in that space, but oh well. And then yeah, they're reorganised. Might be a bit awkward to pull things, so I'm just going to move that forward one. You know, a bit of a waste of space, but we've got this entire square below us is part of the plan now, so no big deal. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 rows are available. Belt's kind of like smaller than that, much smaller. Though having done loader, I think belt or belt related thing is what I'd like next. I don't want to do loaders, then warehouses, then belt. So just do belt, it's a little one, get it done, and then underground needs maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Underground might fit. Splitters would definitely fit. It's a lot of different things, but very small quantities of each of them. Loader, then let's just do belt. Belt, then we'll try and fit underground, and splitter I reckon will need to go in the next square down. So let's try express belt here. We need 5 machines making gear wheels, 1 making single cylinder engine, 1 making transport belt from those, 1 making red from just adding them together. This is kind of like one line. So 5, 1, 1, 1, 4, 1. 1, 1, 1. I leave a little gap, 4, 1, like that, or even that one there. So that's the express belt. That's red belt. This is like iron gear wheel. How many? 5 gear wheel. 1 engines. Yellow belt. Red belt. Blue belt. Steel gear wheel. See if we can juggle it like that. But that leaves the output. Bit of an awkward place. Although, don't really care. I think what I'm going to do is have like a very small localized robot network that just moves the finished goods down to the edge or the corner or something like that. Probably the corner. Try and keep them disconnected from each other so they just operate within this area. But that's, you know, we don't have robots readily available at the moment. We need to set up production of those to implement that. For now, I'll just fly over and find where I left the boxes, which, thinking about it, be easier if I put a little light next to it. Let's have a blue light. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Any signal greater than 0. That's not very obvious. Cyan might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, not sure how it looks in the daytime, but that should help me find the box. Okay, here we need iron into all of them, iron into that and that, not into that, but that just goes straight in there. That needs gear wheels, that needs gear wheels, that does not. That needs to go into there. Maybe like that. We'll see. How fast is that going? one every 0.6 seconds. Needs one every half second. Don't think a long handle can do half second. Could be wrong, but easier if we do that. So we can still get the gear wheel off of that belt before it goes under. And they can feed with fast inserters. That can still get the gear wheel. It's still getting that. So that needs to output as well. To there. I never like this, but you kind of need to turn that inward so it doesn't join the next bit. Yeah. I think I'd rather bigger power pole so we can output to there, input to there. Then the steel doesn't really matter. Run it around here. They will output and into there. Fine, kind of. The lubricant is an issue. This is creating one every half second, so we can't long handled out fast enough. So put that way, that's going to go out into its box there. And that, and then the lubricant is actually, silly me. That can go out into its box there. Because we're not joining to anything either side, it's just this one machine then. This is fine. There is lubricant. I think that's everything else. We just need to plug in iron and steel. Which, yeah, I'd rather avoid the box with that. Kind of. That'll do. Steel on top, iron beneath it. The light with this one as well. Need a light to do that with. There we go. How's power consumption? Very low. Okay. Don't know why, but I'll take it. That's iron. That's going to be steel. No. Just need to adjust that a little like that with the splitter there. How much iron is this actually? Quarter of a belt. That's not gonna have accumulated to a whole belt's worth in total. It's a shame, but there we go. They're all going to feed back to there. You just need a splitter there to push down all of them. You all still live the same place you ever did. Bit of steel as well. And that's the egg ship. Okay, cool. Okay. Are you making belt? Yes. But your steel gear wheel input is not fast enough. Because there's just another one we come back to when we've got stack inserter. Alternate these. Not sure we need to. What's the... No. Quarter belt. It's fine. Just needs a second inserter inputting, which I don't want to give it. We'll come back with stack inserters when we got them. Won't be too long. Just a few hours. Okay, there's belt. Good. That's another one on the list done. I'm just going to rename that because it's going to be N52 and N51 now. Do I think we can fit the 84 machines for underground here? Is it even worth trying? Not really. good we've got a compact station at the south, but I think we'll do the smaller one, the splitter. Then we'll go under and do the underground on the other side, because it's, whatever it was, 35 machines just making iron gear wheel is pushing it anyway. So let's do splitter first. Which is very small numbers of everything, but a whole bunch of different things. One machine making copper cable. All quite awkward. So the final thing needs steel gear wheel, electronic component, and fast splitter. And they're not needed earlier. So they can all be done at the last row. Sure, those 4 machines. The fast splitter shares gear wheel with the one before it, so they kind of need to be in a line. So it's like 2 lines maybe. Let's imagine. Needing, start with iron gear wheel, 4 machines. Then single cylinder engine, 2 machines. They are feeding into 1 machine and 1 machine. Belt and normal splitter, yellow one. Then we need to add electronic circuit. This could be 3 rows then. Sure. Stone tablet, copper cable, green circuit, copper cable, yeah, 1, 1 and 1. And then he just adds some more gear wheels. Could be okay. Like that close and everything. We'll see. There's a few different bits and pieces moving around here. Then 1 machine making steel gear wheel. 2 making electronic components. Interesting. LTN's just given instruction for 2 different deliveries of copper plate. Shouldn't be possible, as the copper plate station only allows 1 vehicle. Oh, I guess one of the others got the instruction but hasn't moved yet. Maybe? No, they're all blue. Dunno. So I'm missing something. There's a train there. There's 2 missing from the depots. So where's the other one? Don't know. Don't see him. Oh, there he is. Actually delivering. I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. Fine. To then 1 of them and 1 of them. Blue splitter. There we go. Which, yeah, finishes in a good spot to then feed under. However that goes, we'll see. Okay, so if we can fit this, we'd have iron in the top, iron into them, and there. Yep. Okay, it's all a bit ugly, but that can go directly into there. Every second it needs 4. That's a lot. Okay. They're going out onto there. And there. Sure. They're coming out and need to go into all of them. The numbers are small, right? 0.208 of a belt and 0.083 is, yeah, nothing. So we're going to send these to the inside of the belt. And the gear wheels will be on the outside of the belt. They're taking gear wheel and iron, which is there. They're taking engine and iron, which is there, and outputting. He's taking 2 things from this belt, so I want 2 inserters, and we'll replace them with 2 stack filter inserters in the future. It's fine. Might be nice on the other side, but I guess we want gear wheel here as well. Boy, that's interesting too. So if I put a splitter there, it's only got gear wheel, and that can go into there if I give it a bigger power coverage. Okay. Also needs these things, so they're going to have bigger power coverage too. Stone brick in there to make them. Copper in there to make them. They can go inside. Them outside. They go in there to make that. That's only needed in there. Fine. Bit of wasted space there. Let's move that back 1 into there. Or even there. Don't need the bigger pole anymore. Do need the bigger pole still, my bad. That's for the yellow splitter, which will also need the bigger pole. It's okay. Kind of a long belt with a yellow splitter on, which I don't like because we don't need yellow splitter, so a whole belt full of them is annoying. But not the end of the world. No real way of changing. We can move that bit down here. Could do. It's a thought. Let's have a look. Could be there. That could be there. Or closer even, probably. We'll see. That still inserts straight into there. They just come around the corner. Kind of make things a bit more symmetrical and stuff. We need iron plate still down here. Okay. Fine though. It's alright. Pretty compact so far, and better now, definitely. They need to go out and back in next door, which is a much shorter belt than it was. Seems fine if I've not missed anything here. And they then go just over the road. It's only use for them as well, so that's steel in there. But these guys have 2 inputs and 2 outputs, so that's not going to work. 2 inputs and an output. There's one of the inputs. The other input. And then their outputs are there. But the steel can run wherever, really. Out the back here and then into there. Sure, why not? Then that's going directly in, that's going in, let's go in the middle. It's getting them from there. That should be everything, I think. Just need one of these deals. And a light needs to be made for it. Yeah, okay. I guess. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Let's plug all this in then. So that's iron. From here. No. There. That's all fed. That's copper. Will be there. That is stone brick, which is going to be here. like that, then these are the electronic stuff which are just there. There's no, don't need to go under here, but keeps us out of the way of any pipes that run down later, I guess, which, yeah, fine. We've got undergrounds being made at the moment, enough for the time being, so I'm not stressed about using them like unnecessarily or anything. That's fine. And that's steel, which is the outside one, sure. All that down and plug it all in. You need to go under all this. I assume we're making more electronics later. We must be. Underground doesn't need any electronics. Inserters will. Yeah, okay, that's good. Silicon's going in there. And then glass and plastic are going in there. That can undershoot both of them. Which, yeah, I prefer not to. Okay, that's on them. Copper. Or here. Then iron is the next one, which we're going to want this whole mess doing again. At least that much of it. Yeah, that's good. Splitter needs adding there. I've run out of splitters. Interesting. Because that's what we're trying to make right now. Next is stone bricks. Which, yeah, I need the splitter for that to actually feed. Let's go grab some splitters just so we can finish this off. Won't take 2 seconds. Good, and finally some steel is needed. Like that, good. That needs to go under there. Bring all these forward. And are we making splitters here? No. Why not? Ah. They need inserters to take the gears into the engines, which will kickstart all that. Which will go into there, and then there we go. Okay, good. Good. Great progress. It's a hell of a lot of building we've done today. And, you know, just troubleshooting various bits and pieces and getting stuff flowing. We do need to add balancers on the output of the stations, which is annoying, but yeah, do we? Yes. Because as I said, we're not pulling 3 lines off there, just 1, so it's okay. But it means that, so yeah, stuff just isn't flowing right. So yeah, the output of the train stations does need a balancer on the end. Or not even a balancer, just splitters that allow the inside to get to the outside. Let's do that. Before like I forget completely what it's all about. So the moment they've got splitters that are pushing things inside, but they need the ability to get to the outside. So if we, just after the last one has joined, which, yeah, is here. Just put a whole row of splitters in. They can still priority right, same direction as the other ones, that's fine. But it just means if they back up past that, it's possible to move to the other lanes. Same with the steel, because that's got multiple lines. Those have all got one line. So the copper will want one here. And that should see, yeah, copper move to the outside, although that doesn't work because it only allows one line to move. One splitter into one splitter into one splitter only allows one line to move, so it's moving the third line to the last line. Which doesn't solve the problem, it just moves the third line to the outside, I guess. Although something's appearing in the penultimate one, because the outside's backing up now. So that, if the outside backs up, then it could work. It's not the answer, but it's better than nothing. And in the future, that's going to be one line of copper ingots and it won't matter. So I don't want to work out how to do a 7-lane balancer, which actually off the top of my head is just an 8-lane balancer and you ignore one of the lines, but I don't want to do that only to undo it later. We'll need to do one down here on the output of the copper ingot to plate conversion at some point in the future, but for now we're good. We're making the things we're supposed to be making, that's the key thing. And yeah, a lot of them. Cool, though. What is this? N52 is sorted and done. We need to bring these down, ready to go under. In fact, how far? So if we go under before the black surfacing, we can get to the middle, which is there. That's dead middle. And then we can get past the black surfacing on this side. Okay, perfect. Can't really copy paste that, can I? Because I'll get the rail. But the rail is... yeah, so I can't copy paste it because the rail doesn't align singly. Let's just do them all. And copy paste that much though. And then copy paste and it won't rotate every time I click. Just line these up with the ones we are actually using. Lucky they don't need power because there isn't any in the middle of the train lines here. And the outputs here. So that's less than I expected to do in the session today. We only got 3 other things ticked off the list, but that's, I guess massively underestimated how much the loaders would require to be made in order to feed into so little production. But that, I mean, that's good. In that time I've just been dithering around, we've made over 100. That's it's good going, and it'll get faster when we get the right kind of inserters in place and stuff like that. So I'm happy with that. We are 4¼ hours in. There's not much else to be done at this point. I would usually go for a little bit longer, but not much. And like the next thing, because we're halfway through doing this list, the next thing to do is to clear out everything in N51, which, like I say, I'll do off stream, because all I'm going to do is cheat in a bunch of void chests, a bunch of robots, and a giant robo-board, and mass disassemble the whole square, which is not like... it's not anything to do or see, really. When we come back to the next session, there will be nothing in that square at all, and then we'll go from there. Though I might put the flooring and the power poles in as well. That's also another like boring building stage, just so it's like ready to build in. Basically, we'll get up and running. We'll just start building, continuing the list. which is not going to take up that much space, I guess. 115 for inserters, and what was it for underground? 80 something, 84. So it's going to take up maybe half to 2/3 of that square, based on how many machines we put in up here. I don't know. It's a bit annoying, but it's fine. It is what it is. We should change our label. We are not making inserters here. We are not making warehouses or services. We're making belt. That's in the wrong order as well. I'd like to change that so it's in order. Loaders, belt, and underground. It's a bit of a long word. What are they actually called? Yeah, underground belt. It's okay. It fits in the space that's assigned for it. Let's do that everywhere, and then we'll wrap up the stream. I think that's all there is really to be done in this session before the next one. I'll clear out the space below. In the next session, we'll finish off the list and then move on to the next element, which will be, I think, rocket parts, so that we can actually like get stuff done right, so we can get ingots being created properly. The first stage is to get rocket parts made en masse, so we can go to Hephaestus and get a whole bunch of vulcanite, process it properly and not mess it up like I did last time, and then use that to make the ingots and stuff. Get all that available on our train network and then rocket network. It'll be a difficult one for sure, but yeah, I think that's the plan of attack. Though, you know, with how things have gone, I assume the whole of the next session will be spent finishing off this list of stuff for the mall, or stuff for this part of the mall. Unless they are just easier than the loaders. We'll see how that goes when we get round to it, I suppose. Let me put a save in. We know what's coming up next, and yeah, I am happy with what we've done today. It's maybe not exactly as much as I expected, but it's good to have that all set up and producing in scale. That's the whole point of this current phase, is to start producing stuff in scale. So yes, there we go. 4 hours 20 minutes. It's not bad. A bit shorter than I'd like, but it's good. I'll get on with other things this evening. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me tonight. Really do appreciate it. Appreciate the raid earlier, the follows, everything like that. The people who've been lurking, people who've been chatting, the people catching this later on YouTube. Appreciate all of it very much. Really do. We'll be back in Factorio next Wednesday. Hello, Mondo. Oh, you slept through the whole thing? Well, you're here now. Yes, Factorio next Wednesday will continue with the things we've just discussed. This run next Wednesday, 4 PM GMT. Do join us if you can. I'll be back tomorrow, again at 4 PM GMT. I'm doing more RimWorld tomorrow, continuing our kind of casual-ish build there, just getting back into the game. Really fun time, so join us tomorrow as well if you can, if you've got the weekend off. Those are the upcoming streams. Let's see what I am going to do for the rest of the evening. Who are we going to raid into? Who are we going to see? It's earlier. There should be more people around, but sometimes doesn't turn out that way, I guess. I haven't raided Whito recently, have I? He's been around being supportive. Playing Empyrean, which I've not actually seen a lot of. It looks a bit janky, but you know, I ought to give it a fair shot, really. It's like I guess a bit like Space Engineers is how I see it, but maybe with more survival elements. I don't really know. I haven't spent enough time looking at the game, so this is a great opportunity to see it. El Whito's another Factorio streamer, so you get a lot of Factorio content from him as well. And he's been around and been helpful and stuff like that, so good to raid into him and see him for the rest of the evening. Whatever you guys are up to next, if you're hanging around for the raid or not, do have a good evening, have a good one, and hopefully see you again soon. See you, everyone.